when the ancient coastline looked very different. Long before maps were drawn and borders carved, before ships traced their white trails across the surface of the ocean, the coastline looked nothing like the one we know today. The world was younger then, wilder, louder, and breathtakingly unfamiliar. And in that age, when land stretched farther and the sea lay lower, an entire forgotten stretch of shoreline thrived with life, secrets, and people whose names have dissolved into the waves of time. The mornings there did not arrive with the soft blue shades of dawn we recognize today. Instead, the sky glowed with a deep, molten orange, almost as if the sun had risen closer to the earth. Mist drifted above the ancient waters like a living creature, coiling and uncoiling as the tide breathed in and out. Forests grew right up to the ocean's edge, massive, towering primeval trees that stood like guardians, their trunks thicker than 5 men standing arm to arm. And from those forests came the people. Humans, yes, but shaped by a world far harsher. Their skin carried the bronze tint of constant sun and salt. Their hair, long and coarse, was braided with beads made from shell fragments. These coastal tribes lived with an awareness of the land's shifting shape. They knew that the sea could take what it gave. They knew the shoreline was alive. But none among them understood this land more intimately than Aaron, a young mapmaker, though his people did not yet have a word for map. Aaron did not draw coastlines on paper. Instead, he carved them into memory. Every cliff, every tidal pool, every shifting dune, he stored all of it inside his mind with a precision no one could quite explain. It was a strange gift, one that made him valuable to the tribe and slightly feared. To Aaron, the coastline was not merely land. It was a story constantly rewriting itself. And these days, the story was changing faster than ever. For months, he had noticed something troubling. The shoreline was inching inward. Not enough for the others to panic, but enough for Aaron to feel the change rattling deep in his bones. Parts of the forest closest to the water were beginning to die, their roots drowning in steadily rising brine. Seabirds nested farther inland. Even the tides seemed heavier, pulling more aggressively as if they hungered. The elders believed the sea spirits were waking, restless and unpleased. The hunters blamed shifting winds. The gatherers blamed too much rain. But Aaron suspected something far older was stirring beneath the surface. And so, every dawn, he walked the coastline alone. This morning was no different. Mist clung to his ankles as he followed the curve of the beach. He paused now and then, crouching to run his fingers across wet sand, feeling the shapes of the water's retreat. The sea had left strange patterns today, spirals, interlocking crescents, almost too symmetrical to be natural. He frowned. Again, he whispered to himself. He had seen these shapes twice before, always after nights when the tide pulled back unusually far. He told himself it was chance, nothing more than wind and water carving coincidence. But 3 times? Patterns did not repeat themselves without purpose. He straightened, scanning the horizon. The sea rippled in a way that made him uneasy. The surface appeared smooth, too smooth as if something large beneath it was holding its breath. A soft crunch behind him pulled him from his thoughts. He turned. It was Lyra, the chieftain's daughter, quick-footed, sharp-eyed, and determined to learn everything she wasn't supposed to. She carried a woven basket across her shoulder, its strap biting into her shoulder. "You're out early again," she said, stepping lightly across the damp sand. "Your mother says you hardly sleep." Aaron shrugged. "Someone must watch the shore." Lyra narrowed her eyes. "Is the sea rising again?" Aaron said quietly, "I think so, but not the way the elders believe." Lyra tilted her head. "And how do you believe?" Aaron hesitated. He didn't like saying it out loud. Words made ideas heavier, more real. "There's movement," he said slowly. "Below. deep below. The land is shifting. Lyra's breath caught. Earth shaking? He said, not quite, not yet, but close. She looked out toward the hazy horizon, her expression winding between awe and fear. If the land is moving, will the sea swallow us? He didn't answer. The truth was, he didn't know. No one did. Their ancestors had left carvings, warnings etched into stone pillars farther inland, images of waves rising higher than cliffs, forests torn from their roots, and entire villages swept into the ocean. But those were ancient tales, stories told to frighten children. But now, Aaron felt them stirring. Lyra knelt beside him and pressed her hand to the sand. "Show me," she said. "Show me what you're seeing." Aaron pointed at the spiral-shaped grooves. "These appeared overnight." Lyra frowned. "This doesn't look natural." Aaron said, "It isn't anymore." Before Lyra could reply, a loud, echoing call rose from the tree line behind them, a short, hard note of a horn. Lyra stiffened. "That's a summons from the elders." Aaron's stomach tightened. That horn was rarely used, and only when something unusual had been discovered. Lyra grabbed his arm. "Come on, we should go." They ran. The forest swallowed them quickly, shadows stretching between the massive trunks. The call echoed again, guiding them toward the tribal clearing. When they arrived, dozens of villagers were already gathered around a half-circle of elders. Their faces were grim, their posture rigid. Something heavy hung in the air, a dread that made even the children silent. The eldest of them all, Elder Rune, stepped forward and lifted a long staff carved with ancient symbols. "This morning," he boomed, "our hunters found something by the northern cliffs." He motioned, and 2 hunters stepped forward carrying a large object wrapped in woven cloth. The crowd leaned in. The cloth was pulled back. A murmur of shock rippled through the tribe. It was a creature, fish-like, but not. Long body, armored scales, ridged dorsal spines. But the most disturbing part was the face. Half reptile, half something else, with eyes far too intelligent. Lyra gasped. Aaron felt his pulse spike. He had seen drawings of such creatures only once in the carvings of the old pillars depicting the great flood of the ancestors. Elder Rune looked at the tribe, his voice trembling. This creature has not surfaced in thousands of years. Another elder spoke up. "It is a deep-water dweller. If such things are rising, then something stirs far below." The same fear flickered through Aaron. Something ancient was waking, something powerful enough to reshape the coastline itself. "Aaron," Elder Rune called suddenly, eyes settling on him. "You know the shore better than any living soul. You walk it as though born from its tides." The crowd turned toward him. Aaron swallowed. "You have sensed changes, have you not?" Rune pressed. "Tell us." Aaron hesitated, but Lyra gave the slightest nod. "Yes," Aaron said. "The water patterns are shifting, the land is moving beneath us, and the sea," he looked toward the ocean, barely visible through the trees. "The sea is preparing for something." Silence fell over the clearing, thick, suffocating. Then Elder Rune spoke again. "We must send a scouting party beyond the cliffs. We must know if the ancient warnings are awakening." He looked directly at Aaron. "And you will lead them." Aaron felt the world tilt. "Me? You see what others cannot. You read the coastline like scripture. The old tales speak of those with your gift. They were the watchers of the shore, guardians during the age of rising seas." Aaron shook his head. "Those are myths." "Perhaps, or perhaps myths are simply memories that survived." Lyra stepped forward. "If he goes, I go." The crowd stirred again. Elder Rune studied her face, saw the determination blazing there, and nodded slowly. "Very well. You will both journey beyond the northern cliffs. Find what stirs beneath the sea." His gaze darkened. "And pray it is not what the ancestors feared." Aaron felt Lyra's hand tighten around his. The ancient coastline. So familiar, so cherished. A circular city hidden beneath centuries of silence. The journey to the northern cliffs began before dawn, while the air was still cool and threaded with the scent of night. Aaron and Lyra walked ahead of the others, cutting through the dense stretch of ancient forest that separated their village from the far reaches of the coastline. The trees here were older, so old their roots twisted above the ground like the veins of the earth itself. Moss draped from their branches in heavy curtains, muffling every sound except the distant hum of the sea. Aaron had walked these paths more times than he could count, yet something felt different now. The forest seemed restless. Leaves whispered where there was no wind. Birds remained silent. Even the insects, usually a constant chorus, had quieted. It felt like holding one's breath. "Do you feel it too?" Lyra asked softly, stepping over a thick root. "Yes," Aaron answered. "The land is listening." "To what?" He didn't reply. The deeper they went, the more Aaron's unease grew. For months, he had sensed tension beneath the earth, like the slow tightening of a rope pulled from opposite ends. But today, it pulsed stronger than ever. He felt it through the soles of his feet, a faint vibration rising from the bedrock. Something ancient was shifting. They finally emerged from the tree line onto a high plateau overlooking the northern coast. The others, hunters, trackers, and 2 elders, followed behind. From here, the sea spread out before them, vast and deceptively calm. Mist hugged the horizon in an unbroken line. Aaron frowned. "The tide is too low." One of the hunters scoffed. "That's good, isn't it? More land to cross." Aaron shook his head. "Not like this. Not for this long." Lyra shielded her eyes and scanned the distance. "What are we looking for?" "Anything out of place. Anything the sea doesn't want us to see." The group began descending the steep path leading to the base of the cliffs, where jagged rocks jutted out like the broken teeth of some ancient beast. Pools of water shimmered between them, reflecting the rising sun in fractured pieces. They walked on, pushing farther north than any villager usually dared. Hours passed. The land flattened and widened, forming a strange rocky shelf usually hidden beneath the sea. The surface was smooth in some places, as though worn down by countless tides, but in other places, it bore straight edges, unnatural corners, and lines that no wave could carve. Lyra paused beside one such line, a long, perfectly straight groove running parallel to another groove several feet away. "Aaron," she murmured, kneeling, "these look made." Aaron crouched beside her, touching the grooves. The stone felt different. It was smoother, denser, and colder than the surrounding rock. "These aren't natural," he whispered. "Someone shaped them." "Who?" a hunter demanded. "No tribe we know could carve stone like this." "No tribe now," Aaron corrected. Lyra's gaze sharpened. "Do you think this is from the ancient ones? The ones in the old stories?" Before Aaron could answer, the elder accompanying them stepped forward. Her voice was quiet, almost reverent. "In the time before our ancestors fled inland, there were tales of a great coastal city, a city unlike any built since, circular in shape, with rings of stone walls and canals carved into the land itself." Aaron's heart thudded. He had heard the same stories whispered by the fire. They called it Ariesh, the city of the first tide. Lyra stood quickly. "But that's just a legend." The elder shook her head. "Legends begin as truth. Over time, they become stories." Aaron looked back at the perfectly carved lines before him. "I think we're standing on what's left of it." The group exchanged uneasy glances. They continued forward, slowly now, cautiously, each step revealing more impossible structures, circular ridges, straight pathways carved into stone, depressions forming perfect arcs, walls half emerged from the ground as though the land itself tried to swallow them over centuries of rising sea. And then they saw it, The mist parted for just a moment, revealing a vast circular pattern etched into the earth itself. A ring, hundreds of paces across, formed from stone too uniform, too deliberate, too impossibly smooth to be shaped by nature. Lyra gasped. "By the spirits!" "It's a city," Aaron breathed. "A city drowned and buried, and now the sea is revealing it." The elder nodded solemnly. "Ariesh." Silence fell over the group. Even the wind seemed to still. The ring city lay before them like a giant sleeping under a blanket of time. Its stone arcs formed perfect concentric circles. The inner rings dipped downward, forming terraces that spiraled gently toward a wide central depression, as if the entire city had been built to funnel water inward. Aaron stepped forward and felt the vibration beneath his feet intensify. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply. Something is awakening here, something tied to this place. Lyra pointed toward the center. "We should look there. Whatever stirred the land, whatever caused that deep-sea creature to surface, it might be connected." The hunters hesitated. One of them muttered, "This place was buried for a reason." But the elder raised her staff. "We came for answers. We will not return without them." They moved down the sloping path that led into the city's first ring. Strange symbols were carved into the walls, sharp, swirling patterns unlike any writing Aaron had ever seen. He traced them with his fingertips. A faint warmth pulsed beneath the stone, almost like a heartbeat. Lyra shivered. The carvings feel alive. They're reacting to us. How? He didn't know, but something deep inside him felt a tug, like a whisper brushing the back of his mind. "You have been gone a long time." He jerked his hand back. Lyra noticed immediately. "What happened?" "Nothing. Just, the stone is strange." But inside, he knew it was more. Something in this place recognized him. They continued downward. The second ring was even more intact. Stone archways still stood, some half submerged in water. Canals, once filled with seawater by design, were dry now, cracked with centuries of neglect. The third ring had collapsed. A great section of it sank several feet lower than the rest, forming a jagged pit. Aaron peered into the shadowed crater. Something glinted deep inside, a faint blue glow pulsing like a distant star. Lyra followed his gaze. "Do you see that?" "Yes," Aaron whispered. The elder stepped beside them, the heart of the city. Aaron frowned. "What do you mean?" In the oldest stories, Ariesh was not merely a place of stone. It was said to be built around a source of power, something ancient, something that controlled the tides themselves. Lyra's eyes widened. "A machine?" "A relic," the elder corrected. "A gift or curse from those who came before." Aaron felt the tug again, stronger this time. "We have to go down." "Are you mad?" a hunter hissed. "We don't know what that light is." Aaron's voice was steady. "Whatever is causing the land to shift, whatever drove that deep-sea creature to surface, it started here." Lyra nodded firmly. "We go together." The elder gave a reluctant nod. "Be cautious." The descent was difficult. The broken stones wobbled beneath their feet. Dust fell in soft clouds with every step. The air grew cooler, thicker. And as they reached the lowest point, the glowing object came to view. It lay half buried beneath layers of sediment, a crystal sphere the size of a man's chest, glowing from within with the shifting light. Its surface was engraved with the same swirling symbols found on the city walls. Lyra whispered, "It's beautiful." Aaron knelt beside it. The vibrations beneath his feet grew stronger. "It's humming. Like it's waiting." "For what?" Aaron didn't know. He placed a hand gently on the surface. The moment his fingers touched it, the ground beneath them quaked violently. Everyone staggered. A deep, booming groan rose from the earth.
like the sound of a giant exhaling after centuries of sleep. Lyra grabbed Aaron's arm. "What did you do?" I don't know." The sphere flared with sudden light, illuminating the pit in a blinding glow. The spiraled symbols on its surface shifted, rotating like gears inside a machine. The elder stumbled backward. "It's awakening!" The quake intensified, stones cracked, water rushed in from unseen channels. The ancient city groaned like a living creature returning to life. Aaron tried to pull his hand away, but he couldn't. The sphere held him fast. Lyra screamed his name, tugging at him, pulling with all her strength. The world around them trembled, dust falling like rain. And then, the sphere...
A third time, a shockwave blasted outward. Aaron felt himself thrown backward, weightless, spinning. When he hit the ground, everything was silent. The light faded, the rumbling stopped. Lyra crawled toward him, dust clinging to her skin. Aaron, are you hurt?" He opened his eyes and saw everything differently. The city wasn't silent anymore. He could hear it, faint whispers echoing through the stone, layers of voices overlapping, ancient and distant. He sat up, shaking. The city, it's waking. Lyra stared at him, breath trembling. "What did it show you?" Aaron's eyes reflected the last traces of blue light. A memory, a glimpse of what happened here. Lyra leaned closer. "Tell me." Aaron swallowed. This city was not lost to the sea by accident. It was swallowed on purpose. Lyra's blood ran cold. Why? Aaron lifted his gaze toward the rings of stone above them. Because something far beneath the ocean tried to rise once before. Lyra's voice broke. "And now, it's happening again?" Aaron nodded slowly. "The ancient coastline looked very different," he whispered, echoing the truth he had sensed for months. "Because the land reshaped itself to bury the danger." Lyra stood slowly. "Then what do we do now?" Aaron looked toward the sea. "We find out what woke it." But deep inside, he already feared the answer. Something powerful, something buried, something that once reshaped the world was rising again. A civilization that mastered stone and stillness. Long before Aaron's people walked these shores, long before the sea rose to swallow Ariesh, there existed a civilization whose power did not come from metal or fire, but from the deep, quiet majesty of stone and the art of stillness itself. Their legacy lay not in weapons or conquests, but in structures so perfect, so impossibly precise, that time itself hesitated to erode them. Aaron felt fragments of this forgotten world still echoing in his mind, faint images the sphere had forced into him. It had shown him glimpses of the past in flashes and pulses, broad walkways paved with shimmering stone, tall, seamless pillars rising like frozen waves, and canals spiraling inward with deliberate symmetry. And above all else, faces, calm, serene faces of people who moved with a silence so complete it felt supernatural. He shivered, the last traces of the vision fading like mist. Lyra sat beside him on the broken stone steps, her breathing heavy from the aftermath of the quake. Around them, the ruins had stilled again. Dust drifted lazily through the air like falling ash. Aaron, are you hurt?" He pressed a hand to his temple. "A city alive with people, but not like us. They were different." Lyra frowned. Different how? They moved with purpose, with calm. Everything around them, the buildings, the streets, was perfect, as if shaped by a single mind. The elder, leaning on her staff, watched him intently. "You speak of the still ones." Aaron blinked. "The what?" "It is what the oldest stories call the people of Ariesh, those who mastered stone, those who listened to the earth until the earth answered them." Lyra looked unsettled.
You make them sound like sorcerers. They were not sorcerers. They were listeners, builders. They believed that the world spoke in rhythm and silence, and that if you became still enough, you could hear everything. Aaron remembered the calm faces from his vision. Their movements were so slow, so deliberate, that it felt almost human. They walked as though every step carried meaning. "How did they build all this?" he asked, gesturing to the stone ring surrounding them. "With patience," the elder replied, "and with knowledge we no longer possess." One of the hunters, who had kept silent until now, snorted. "What good is patience against waves tall enough to swallow mountains?" The elder's expression darkened. "That is why their city fell." Silence thickened. Aaron rose to his feet, brushing dust from his skin. He looked around at the perfectly concentric rings of stone, the precise carvings, the way the structures aligned with the sun's early rays as though following an ancient code. This civilization wasn't destroyed by ignorance. It was destroyed because something rose against it. Lyra stood as well. "Something from deep below." Aaron nodded. They climbed back out of the crater that held the glowing sphere. Already the ground around it looked subtly altered. The carved patterns on the nearby stones pulsed faintly, as though the sphere's awakening had sent energy creeping through the ruins. Aaron stopped by one of the etched walls. "These symbols," he said softly. "They look like instructions." Lyra traced one gently. "Instructions for what?" "Control," the elder said. "The Still Ones believed that stone was the bones of the world. They shaped it with such precision that the land responded." Aaron paused. "They controlled the land."
The shallow land, the elder corrected. But their mastery of stone allowed them to calm earthquakes, redirect water, and shape coastlines. For centuries, their city stood untouched by the sea. Lyra's breath caught. Then what changed? Aaron answered quietly. Something shook the stillness. The elder nodded. The stories say the ground began to tremble, the sea grew angry, the air thickened with heat. For the first time in their long history, the Still Ones moved quickly. Aaron imagined them, people built on calm precision, suddenly filled with fear. He stepped away from the wall, suddenly restless. The image in his mind felt too vivid, too real, as though he had lived it, as though the sphere had shown him more than just memories. "Aaron," Lyra said gently, "there's more you're not saying." He hesitated. "When I touched the sphere, I didn't just see the city, I saw someone standing at its center, a figure dressed in pale stone-gray robes. They held something like a staff carved with the same symbols." Lyra watched him intently. "They were using it to hold back the water," Aaron whispered. "They stood at the heart of the city, and the land obeyed them. The sea bent around the walls like flowing glass." Lyra inhaled sharply. "They controlled the ocean?" For a moment, but something broke. The elder closed her eyes, murmuring an old chant, words Aaron did not understand. Finally, she spoke. "That figure was likely the last master of stillness, the one who tried to save Eriesh." "Did they succeed?" Lyra asked. Aaron shook his head slowly. "No. They couldn't stop what was coming." A heavy silence hung in the air. The hunters exchanged nervous glances. One of them muttered, "If something was powerful enough to drown this city, it will drown us too." "We are not here to fear," the elder said sternly. "We are here to learn." Aaron took a deep breath. "We need to find the central chamber of the city." Lyra nodded. "The place where the Master of Stillness stood?" "Yes," Aaron said. "If they left anything behind, records, tools, warnings, it will be there."
The elder agreed. The heart lies further inland, beneath the next set of rings, but we must tread carefully. The city is waking. So they moved deeper into Ariesh. Every step revealed another marvel. Stone buildings shaped from single blocks, perfectly smooth, towers that once stood tall but now lay toppled in pieces too symmetrical to be natural collapse. Water channels carved so precisely that droplets still whispered along the grooves after centuries of abandonment. But the deeper they went, the more Aaron felt the stillness change. Before, it had been the calm quiet of old ruins. Now it felt like waiting, as though the city itself held a breath. "Do you feel that?" Lyra whispered. Aaron nodded. "It's listening." To what? He didn't know. The path narrowed, leading into a large circular plaza. Fallen columns lay scattered across the space. In the center stood a massive stone disc, 20 paces across, engraved with an intricate spiral. The elder gasped, "The disc of silence!" Aaron touched the carvings. They vibrated faintly beneath his fingertips. "What is it?" Lyra asked. "A device," the elder replied. "A great one. The Still Ones used this disc to sense disturbances in the land. If earthquakes threatened or tides shifted, the disc would sing, warning the city." Aaron's stomach tightened. "Is it active now?" The elder stepped closer, her expression grave. The disc was vibrating, not loudly, not visibly, but just enough for Aaron to feel a faint tremor travel through his bones. "It's warning us," he whispered. One of the hunters backed away nervously. "What's causing it?" Aaron crouched low, pressing his ear to the cold stone. What he heard sent ice through his veins. Beneath the city, far below stone and bedrock, something was moving. Slowly. Massively. Like a mountain shifting in its sleep. He stood abruptly. "We need to keep going. Whatever is beneath us is connected to what destroyed Ariesh."
Lyra took his hand, without hesitation. Then we go together. They continued onward, passing through another archway that opened into a long corridor carved deep into the earth. Strange geometric patterns lined the walls, each glowing faintly as they passed. "I don't like this," a hunter muttered. "It's too quiet." Aaron shook his head. This place was built for quiet. Lyra whispered, "A civilization that mastered stone and stillness could build anything," Aaron finished, "even in the dark." The corridor eventually widened into a massive underground chamber held up by immense pillars. In the center lay a raised platform shaped like a perfect circle. Upon it stood a tall stone structure, part altar, part machine. This was the heart. Aaron felt it instantly. "This is where the master of stillness stood," he whispered. The elder approached with reverence, and where they failed. Aaron stepped toward the platform. Dust swirled around him in soft spirals. The stone pulses beneath his feet matched the pulse he'd felt in the sphere. "Aaron," Lyra said nervously, "maybe we shouldn't—" But Aaron was already climbing the steps. He reached the top and froze. A staff lay there, not just a piece of wood or stone. This was the staff from his vision, carved with spirals, cold as deep earth. It looked untouched by time. "How is this still here?" Lyra gasped. "The master left it," Aaron said softly, "for the next one." "The next one?" Lyra's eyes widened. "The next watcher," the elder said, her voice trembling. Aaron stared at the staff. It vibrated faintly. Not randomly, it vibrated in the same rhythm as his heartbeat. "Aaron," Lyra whispered, "don't touch it." But some call, deep and ancient, echoed through him. Not in words, in stillness, in the silent language of stone. Slowly he reached out. His fingers brushed the staff, and the chamber exploded with light. Blue spirals surged across the walls. The pillars trembled. The ground roared with awakening energy. Lyra screamed his name. The elder cried out in fear. Aaron stood frozen, the staff glowing in his hands, binding to him like it had waited centuries for this moment. The city spoke inside his mind. "You have awakened what we could not contain." The deep one rises. Aaron's eyes went wide. He saw, beneath the ocean, an immense shadow moving upward through layers of darkness. Something so large it dwarfed mountains. Something older than Arius. Something that once drowned a civilization that mastered stone and stillness. He gasped. Lyra grabbed him, shaking. "Aaron, what is it? What do you see?" He turned to her, voice barely more than a whisper. "It's rising again." Bridges that connected more than just land. The ancient builders of the circular city had understood something that many civilizations only learned after collapsing. A bridge was never just a path. It was a promise, a message, a silent negotiation between lives separated by distance. It carried footsteps, yes, but it also carried stories, beliefs, fears, and the invisible threads that made a society feel whole. And in the lost world that once thrived upon the shifting coastline, bridges were the arteries through which its people breathed. Long before the oceans swallowed their mysteries, the city was laced with long stone passages, stretching outward like the limbs of a great star. These bridges ran far across the shallow emerald water, connecting the city's circular heart to distant outposts, farms, ceremonial sites, and small satellite communities scattered like beads on a necklace. But their purpose reached far beyond trade or travel. They shaped the way the people understood themselves and the world around them. Each bridge had a name, not a simple designation, names that described a feeling, a function, a memory. There was the Bridge of Returning Winds, the longest of them all, where travelers claimed the ocean breeze always blew toward home, no matter the season. There was the Path of Unspoken Questions, a narrow arc so quiet that even footsteps seemed hesitant, used mostly by scholars who walked it at dawn with scrolls tucked beneath their arms. And farther to the east, where the tide shimmered with silver fish, lay the Bridge of First Voices, the one mothers crossed when they took their children to the learning halls for the first time. None of these structures were built in haste. Their foundations descended deep, far deeper than typical stone engineering should have allowed. Divers centuries later would struggle to understand how the ancients managed to anchor such colossal blocks beneath rolling tides. But to those who lived at the time, the method was not engineering alone. The builders believed that stone, when placed with intention, resonated with the earth itself. A bridge built without respect would crack. A bridge constructed with harmony would grow stronger with age. But beyond their spiritual significance, the bridges transformed daily life. They shaped routine, ritual, and the rhythm of existence. At dawn, the bridges carried pilgrims toward the outer shrines. As the rising sun cast golden threads across the water, groups walked in near silence, listening to the soft slap of waves beneath the stone arches. The bridges were built with gentle curves, following what they believed were the natural lines of the coast, even if the coast shifted. As people walked these arcs, they could see the entire city glowing behind them, ring upon ring of terraced white stone softening under morning light. By midday, the same bridges became bustling pathways of trade. Farmers led their two-wheeled carts over them, their baskets spilling with bright fruit, sea herbs, carved bone tools, and woven gold-laced cloth. Fisherfolk hurried across with nets still dripping seawater, heading to the markets before the noon bells. The bridges echoed with life, voices rising, wheels squeaking, animals snorting, children weaving through crowds. But sunset transformed the bridges once again. When the sky blazed red and apricot and the green-tinted waters mirrored the fire above, couples walked slowly across the spans. Lovers would stop at the bridge centers, where small circular platforms allowed them to stand suspended above the blood-orange ocean. The people believed that if two stood in silence and watched the horizon together, they could feel the heartbeat of the world beneath their feet. Songs were written about such moments. Some still survive as carved fragments in submerged ruins, verses hinting at promises whispered above the tide. Yet despite all this life and beauty, the bridges also served a role far more important, one that would echo throughout the city's mysterious fate. They were communication lines. Carved into the railings of each bridge were shallow grooves, patterns that seemed decorative at first glance, but when the sea wind blew across them, the grooves produced faint whistles, hums, or low tones, each distinct. This wasn't accidental. The builders had designed the bridges to sing. The tones changed depending on wind direction. They warned of approaching storms, shifting tides, or distant volcanic rumblings. People learned to read these sounds as easily as reading clouds. A certain pitch meant fishermen should delay their departure. A deeper hum meant traders should prepare to take alternative routes. A shrill keening, which rarely came, meant the coastline might shift, meaning ground could sink or rise overnight. To them, the bridges weren't passive stone. They were living instruments. And yet there was more. At night, the bridges glowed. Not with magic, at least not the kind that stories often claim, but with a mineral embedded in their stone. A pale blue luminescence shimmered along the edges like threads of moonlight. The glow was strongest when the tide was low because the mineral reacted to exposure. From far above, the bridges looked like veins of celestial light sprawled across the dark sea. Travelers from distant lands wrote about it in their own histories. A city whose pathways shine like cold fire,
guiding even the blind across the waters. Students of astronomy used the bridges as measurement lines. They marked positions where stars aligned perfectly with the railings on certain nights of the year. This alignment helped them track solstices, equinoxes, and strange celestial events that even modern scholars struggle to interpret. During festivals, the glow became part of the celebration. Families lit lanterns and placed them along the bridges, creating rivers of light that seemed to float between sea and sky. Musicians played long, hollow drums whose vibrations traveled through the stone, making the bridges themselves hum with rhythm. The bridges united the city, not just physically, but emotionally. Each pathway held memories. Each stone had felt the weight of millions of lives, and each curve carried centuries of footsteps, laughter, mourning, reunions, hopes, and final goodbyes. But the bridges did something else, something that archaeologists centuries later would consider astonishing. They carried culture. Cultural exchange flowed across the arches every day. Teachers walked to outer villages to share knowledge. Traders introduced faraway goods. Healers crossed the water to tend to the sick. Performers roamed from one end to the other, their songs drifting between outposts and the city center. The bridges didn't just connect land to land. They connected person to person, idea to idea, life to life. In fact, one ancient philosopher of the city once wrote, "To remove a bridge is to blind a society." His carved placard would later be found near the ruins of the Bridge of Returning Winds, eroded but still legible enough to carry meaning across time. But even with all their beauty and wisdom, the bridges were not invincible. Strange tremors began one year. So faint at first, they seemed like the shivers of large fish brushing against the pylons. But over months, the tremors grew stronger, more noticeable. The tones produced by the wind grooves shifted unpredictably. People whispered that the bridges were trying to speak, warning of something unseen. Scholars observed that the luminescent stone dimmed earlier in the night, as if something in the earth had changed. Then came the day everyone remembered. A low rumble beneath the sea. Birds fleeing inland, the wind suddenly shifting directions, and the bridge of first voices, the beloved path of children, developed a hairline crack that spread like a lightning bolt along its curve. That crack, though small, terrified the people, because the bridges had stood unbroken for centuries. No quake, no storm, no flood had ever damaged them before. Despite this, the elders refused to panic. They believed the earth was shifting as it always had, and the bridges, designed to follow nature's rhythm, would adjust. But some younger builders disagreed. They claimed the tremors were different, deeper, older. They suggested reinforcing the bridges with additional support beams carved from volcanic stone. The elders refused, and so tensions settled across the city like a fog. Trade slowed, pilgrimages grew sparse, night festivals became smaller, quieter. Travelers hesitated to cross the long spans, especially at dusk when the water glimmered with odd shadows. Still, life continued, because the people could not imagine a world where the bridges failed. But the bridges were not the ones failing. The land beneath them was changing. The ancient coastline, already unstable from centuries of natural cycles, began shifting more violently. Sandbars disappeared overnight, small islands rose, only to sink again by morning. The very geography the bridges depended on began dissolving beneath the immense weight of water and time. And the people did the only thing they had always done. They crossed the bridges anyway. Every morning, every evening, they stepped onto the stones, trusting the structures that had never betrayed them. Children still raced across the spans. Scholars still paused to listen to the wind.
Lovers still stood at the center platforms watching the horizon blush gold. Until the day the bridges went silent. No hum, no whistle, no tone at all. The grooves carved into the railings, once alive with wind song, fell mute. Those who stepped onto the bridges that morning said it felt like walking on the bones of something long dead. And that silence was the city's first sign that its age of stone and stillness was coming to an end. But not everyone saw the silence as doom. Some believed it meant rebirth, that the bridges were listening rather than speaking. Others claimed it signaled an approaching celestial event. A few even thought the great sea itself was changing, preparing to reveal something hidden beneath its depths. Whatever truth awaited them, it was one the bridges had carried the people toward for generations. And soon, the city, its glowing pathways, its singing railways, its stone arteries, would stand at the edge of a transformation that no one could stop. Life inside the great rings of the city. The heart of the ancient circular city was not made of stone alone. It was made of motion, sound, rhythm, and lives woven so tightly together that the entire civilization breathed like a single organism. From a distance, the city appeared serene, perfectly symmetrical, carved in white terraces that rippled outward like the rings of a tree trunk. But inside those great rings existed a complexity so rich, so layered, that every visitor claimed they felt as if they had stepped not into a city, but into a living tapestry. Each ring had its own personality, its own rules, colors, sounds, scents. Life flowed between them like currents in the sea. People of all ages moved through the rings daily, their paths shaped by their roles, their needs, and their long-standing traditions. At dawn, when the pursed pale light spilled over the cliffs and the ocean began its quiet breathing, the innermost ring woke first. This ring, known as the Circle of First Fires, was the spiritual core of the city. Here, priests and astronomers watched the sky nightly and greeted the morning with chimes that rang softly through the stone arches. The sound echoed deep into the other rings, a gentle reminder that the day was beginning, and that time, like the rings themselves, moved outward in perfect rhythm. The Circle of First Fires housed ancient flame symbols carved into the floors, patterns that represented birth, beginning, and awakening. Even though the civilization was not dependent on literal fire, something the outer world would never fully understand, the symbolic flames carried meaning. Here, elders recorded cosmic patterns, preserved oral histories, and practiced rituals meant to align the people with the earth beneath them. As the sun climbed higher, the second ring stirred awake. Known as the Circle of Breath, this ring contained most of the city's schools, learning halls, and communal spaces. Children gathered here each morning, their thin sandals tapping lightly against stone pavements polished smooth by centuries of footsteps. The schools were open-air structures, no walls, only pillars that held up domed roofs. Students sat on woven mats arranged in circular formations, symbolizing unity, equality, and shared learning. Teachers were not strict figures, but guides. Their lessons combined astronomy, naval navigation, mathematics, herbology, meditation, and the philosophy of stillness. For every child in the city, mastering stillness was as essential as learning to walk. They believed that a peaceful mind could hear the earth's subtle movements, an ability that had allowed their ancestors to thrive in a land where the sea rewrote the coast endlessly.
In the circle of breath, mornings smelled of crushed cement carried into the air by children grinding herbs for their studies. Soft chanting drifted across terraces as older students practiced mental exercises meant to strengthen concentration. At midday, laughter spilled from the open courtyards as children shared meals of seasoned grain, fresh marine fruit, and honey water. Further outward lay the third ring, the circle of makers, the most vibrant and energetic part of the city. By late morning, the ring pulsed with noise, hammers on stone, chisels clicking, wheels turning, artisans calling out instructions. Every sound blended into a symphony of creation. Here lived the stonecutters who shaped the city's terraces with tools as precise as surgical instruments. Here lived the famed glassblowers who crafted glowing orbs infused with sea minerals. Here worked woodcarvers who shaped ceremonial beams, metal workers who forged delicate instruments from bronze, and potters whose spinning wheels hummed all through the day. But the jewel of the circle of makers was the Great Hall of Resonance, a workshop built entirely around sound. Instruments of every kind lined the walls: stringed shells, water harps, deep-voiced drums, flutes carved from hollow coral. Craftsmen here believed the world was shaped through vibration, and so they crafted instruments not only for music, but for rituals, healing, meditation, and even structural engineering. They claimed certain tones strengthened stone, and while outsiders centuries later would doubt such claims, the city's bridges and walls stood strong enough to raise questions. Beyond the Maker's Ring stretched the fourth ring, the circle of nourishment, the beating agricultural center of the civilization. Though farming on shifting coasts might have seemed impossible, these people had mastered the art through floating gardens, terraced pools, and elevated fields carved into the outer cliffs. At sunrise, the circle of nourishment smelled of sweet grain steam drifting from communal kitchens. Farmers wearing woven lake grass robes headed to the terraces, working with a mix of ancient wisdom and uncanny intuition about natural cycles. Their crops included salt-resistant grain, water vegetables that thrived in tidal pools, and bright blue sea leaf, an herb valued both for medicine and for its luminous color. Animals roamed freely here: long-furred coastal deer, soft-footed cliff goats, and a species of large, docile seabird raised for feathers, not meat. They believed that eating creatures that could fly was disrespectful to the sky, and eating creatures that swam was disrespectful to the sea. So their diets were deeply plant-centered, supplemented with minerals, fruits, and grains grown with meticulous care. The fifth ring, the circle of trade and tides, never slept. It was the busiest, most broadest, most unpredictable ring, where traders, sailors, travelers, and wanderers from far-off regions gathered. Markets sprawled on platforms, decorated with vibrant banners that fluttered in the ocean wind. Every color, scent, and sound imaginable filled this ring. Spice stalls carried dried sea pepper, sweet park, fermented citrus, and powders made from crushed marine flowers. Craftspeople sold wind chimes tuned to mimic the bridge tones. Scribes offered hand-painted scrolls that recorded legends or mapped tidal changes. Music drifted from every corner: flutes, sea drums, stringed shells played by traveling performers. At dusk, lanterns of pale blue glass lit the walkways, transforming the trade ring into a glowing labyrinth of warm light. Travelers often said the city looked most alive at this hour, its people moving through light and shadow like fish through shimmering water. But although the fifth ring was the loudest, the sixth ring, the final outermost ring, was the most mysterious. The circle of guardians. This ring was not open to everyone. Only the elected watchkeepers, navigators, and the city's quiet protectors lived here. Their roles were not military. The city had no enemies, no wars. Instead, the guardians studied tides, earthquakes, the sky's movements, and other natural signs that foretold change. They also tended to the great instruments used to predict coastal shifts, massive stone wheels carved with cosmic patterns, tall towers with hanging metal discs tuned to vibrate only at specific frequencies, and large circular pools where the reflections of the stars behaved differently depending on conditions deep within the ocean. From the circle of guardians, the great bridges extended outward. This ring served as the city's final threshold, a boundary between life within the rings and the vast unknown beyond. Guardians were trained to listen with their entire bodies. They could detect deep earth vibrations long before any ordinary person felt them. They could sense when the sea was restless. They knew when the bridges were calm, alive, or, on rare, frightening occasions, silent. Because silence, to them, meant danger. But in the era before the trembling began, before the wind tones faltered, life in the rings flowed with harmony so complete that many believed the city could never fall. Strangers wandered through the rings freely. Scholars debated in shaded courtyards. Fisherfolk slept on rooftops during warm nights, listening to the sea. Elders taught philosophy beside flowering terraces. Children ran through the rings, weaving between archways and gardens, laughing in the morning sun. Life inside the great rings was circular, just like the city. People grew up in the circle of breath, apprenticed in the circle of makers, planted food in the circle of nourishment, sold goods in the circle of trade, and studied the earth in the circle of guardians. Then, when they grew old, they moved inward, slowly returning toward the circle of first fires, completing the spiral of life as tradition demanded. A person who reached the innermost ring in their final years was considered blessed. They were given a small dwelling overlooking the dawn horizon. They spent their days recording memories, teaching young scholars, and participating in rituals that marked the turning of seasons. In this way, life inside the great rings remained in balance. But as the tremors began to echo beneath the city, subtle at first, then undeniable, small cracks of anxiety appeared. People began noticing that the chimes in the circle of first fires trembled too easily. Teachers in the circle of breath quieted their voices more often, listening for vibrations in the air. In the circle of makers, artisans reported that certain tools produced odd tones, unfamiliar frequencies. Farmers in the circle of nourishment murmured that their floating gardens bobbed strangely at night. Traders claimed that the wind brought scents they could not identify, scents that made the sea feel like a stranger. And in the circle of guardians, the watchkeepers whispered among themselves that the stone wheels spun differently, as though something deep beneath the city had begun to stir. But despite these subtle warnings, daily life continued. Shops opened, rituals were held, bridges hummed with people crossing back and forth. The city was too ancient, too stable in its symmetry, too wise in its construction for anyone to imagine true danger. The rings had stood for centuries. The bridges had never cracked. The coastline had shifted, yes, but always in ways the people could adapt to, until the night when the stars themselves seemed to tremble. That night, a faint sound, like the distant groaning of the earth, echoed through the rings. People awoke in their homes feeling a strange pressure in the air. In the circle of guardians, instruments swung without wind. In the circle of makers, water in clay basins vibrated gently, creating ripples. And in the circle of first fires, the dawn chimes began ringing, hours before sunrise. the city froze. Because the chimes had only ever rung early once before, long ago in their origin stories, on the night their ancestors had first built the bridges. Now they rang again, soft at first, then louder, then shaking the inner pillars with an ancient warning the people had no memory of. The great rings of the city, once symbols of harmony, began to feel as though they were holding their breath. Life continued, yes, but not with the same easy rhythm. The city was shifting, the coastline was whispering, something deep beneath the ocean was stirring. And the rings, silent, ancient witnesses to centuries of peace, were about to face a transformation that would ripple outward through every life, every bridge, every memory. But that transformation had only begun.
Temple that watched over endless waters. Long before the bridges hummed with wind song, and long before the great rings shaped the rhythms of life, there stood a monument that the people believed had existed since the world first opened its eyes, the temple that watched over endless waters. Perched on the very edge where land surrendered to sea, the temple had been built upon a rocky precipice that jutted out from the coastline like a stone tongue tasting the horizon. At high tide, waves raged against its base, sending columns of spray higher than the lowest terraces. At low tide, the ocean revealed the temple's ancient understructure, columns carved with flowing patterns, eroded but still unmistakably purposeful, as though designed to harmonize with the shifting world around them. No one alive fully understood how old the temple was. Even the elders, with their long memory cycles and knowledge of crumbling records, said the temple had existed before their ancestors first shaped the circular city. It was the first structure to sense storms, the first to cast shadows over migrating clouds, the first to glow under the blue night light that shimmered across the coast. And in every era, the people entrusted it with the most fragile task of all, listening to the sea. A temple of water, wind, and silence. The temple had no doors. Instead, it had open arches carved into its outer walls, allowing the wind to flow freely through its inner chambers. Each arch faced a specific direction, north, south, east, west, aligned with both the stars and the tides. The ancients believed that water spoke in currents and wind spoke in breath, and so the temple was built to hear both. At the center of the structure sat a vast circular pool of perfect stillness. Even during violent storms, when the world outside shook and roared, the pool remained unruffled, its surface smooth as obsidian glass. Scholars and guardians believed the pool was connected to underwater caverns or natural pressure vents deep below the earth, allowing it to maintain eerie stillness no matter what happened above. Around the pool were stone seats arranged in concentric circles. This was where the watchers of the tides gathered, priests, astronomers, philosophers, and guardians who dedicated their entire lives to interpreting messages from the sea. They memorized the temple's subtle sounds, the whisper of air through an arch, the faint hum of stone under shifting pressure, the different notes of water dripping from the ceiling after a long rain. To an outsider, these sounds would seem random, but to the watchers, they were a language. And the temple was always speaking, sometimes with gentle murmurs, predicting easy tides, sometimes with deeper vibrations, hinting that the earth beneath the coast was restless, and sometimes, on rare, solemn occasions, the temple fell into complete silence. Silence was the most feared omen of all, because the temple had fallen silent only twice in written memory, once centuries ago before the great shifting of the sea, and once in the earliest mythic cycle when the coastline had changed shape entirely. Now, as tremors deep beneath the city grew stronger,
and the bridges themselves whispered warnings, the watchers feared the temple's silence might come again. A place of pilgrimage and awe. For generations, every citizen visited the temple at least once during their life. Some went as children, carried by parents who wanted them to feel the vastness of the world. Some went as young adults during rites of passage. Some went in old age to speak final fears or gratitude into the wind. Visitors approached along a long stone causeway carved with intricate patterns of spirals and waves. The causeway rose slowly upward, giving the impression that one was climbing not to a building, but to the sky itself. The higher one climbed, the louder the ocean's voice became, until it roared from all directions, full of ancient breath. People said that standing before the temple felt like standing between two infinities, the endless sea and the endless sky. Both seemed to merge at the horizon, and the temple stood at their meeting point, an eternal witness to everything the world refused to explain. Inside, the air always felt cooler and cleaner. Some whispered that the temple inhaled the world's worries and exhaled calm. On certain days, when the sea was gentle and the wind carried warmth, the arches projected shifting patterns of reflected sunlight onto the pool. The patterns moved like living beings, circles expanding and contracting, twisting in mirrored spirals. Many described it as watching the sea think. On such days, children pressed their hands against the temple floors, believing they could feel the heartbeat of the earth. Scholars debated whether ocean currents beneath the coastline caused subtle vibrations. Elders simply smiled, as if the temple's secrets were too old and too tired for endless argument. Keepers of the deep water. The watchers of the tides were selected not by lineage but by temperament. When children reached the age of learning, teachers watched for those who listened more than they spoke, who noticed the way wind changed before a storm, who could sit in stillness as naturally as others breathed. Only those who possessed this intuitive calm were allowed to train at the temple. Training took years. New apprentices learned to map wave patterns, interpret tide markings, memorized cloud movements, and understand subtle shifts in air density. They studied the history of coastline cycles, earthquakes, and celestial alignments. They learned meditation techniques that slowed their heartbeat until they could sense vibrations in their bones. But above all, they learned to read the pool. Each ripple, each flicker of reflected light, each moment of silence carried meaning. There were stories of ancient watchers predicting island births, sinkholes, deep-sea eruptions, and even migrating marine animals simply from observing the pool's subtle movements. Visitors respected the watchers deeply. Though they held no political authority, their guidance shaped the city's relationship with nature. If a watcher spoke of caution, fishermen delayed their journeys. If a watcher warned of a shifting tide, traders adjusted routes. And if a watcher predicted a gentle season, celebrations blossomed across the rings. But in the recent months, after the bridges began humming with unusual tones, the watchers noticed something alarming. The pool had grown too still. So still that even the most subtle earth tremors did not disturb it. So still that reflections of the arches seemed sharper than before. So still that some watchers whispered the pool had become a mirror, reflecting not the sea, but something deeper. A night of unsettling signs. It began on a moonless night. The temple was nearly empty, save for a handful of watchers taking turns on the night shift. Outside, the sea churned with quiet restlessness, dark waves rising like silent giants. The wind slipped in weak drafts through the arches. The pool gleamed faintly under lantern light. Then the sound came. Not loud, not violent, just a soft, hollow note, like the sound of a distant drum struck underwater. The pool trembled. Ripples spread in perfect concentric circles, as if something enormous had exhaled just beneath its surface. Watchers rushed to the edge, lanterns clutched in white-knuckled hands. One apprentice clamped her hand over her mouth as the ripples grew wider, reaching the stone edges, then fading again into total stillness. A moment later, another sound followed, a deeper tone, almost mournful, a sound no one had ever heard within the temple. The oldest watcher present, a thin, sharp-eyed woman who had trained half her life, whispered a word that chilled the others. Awakening. The pool trembled again, then went still. Not ordinary stillness, absolute stillness. The lantern reflections froze on its surface. Even the faintest breeze could not move the water. Inside the temple, everyone felt it. A tightening, a listening, as though the sea had stopped breathing. "Should we call the guardians?" a young apprentice asked, voice shaking. The elder shook her head. "No, not yet. We must understand what this is." But no understanding came, only silence. The temple, built to interpret the world's movement, now sat stiller than the grave. Whispers at dawn. By morning, the watchers gathered in full. 50 of them sat around the pool in total silence, waiting. Some meditated, some watched the arches, others studied the light shifting across the ceiling. At the first touch of sunrise,
A thin crack of light, just a sliver, appeared near its center, reflecting the rising sun. The light expanded outward in rippling arcs, resembling the circular layout of the city itself. One watcher gasped, recognizing the pattern. "It's mirroring the city rings." Another shook his head. "No, it's showing movement. The rings are shifting." "But the rings cannot move," someone whispered. "No," the elder murmured. "The land beneath them can." Everyone froze, because if the land shifted, even subtly, the bridges could crack. If the coastline deformed, the floating gardens could collapse. If the earth's plates beneath the sea tightened or loosened, the entire city could tilt toward the water. The temple's stillness had not been a pause, it had been a warning. One more ripple expanded across the pool. Slow, massive, unmistakable. Not caused by wind, not caused by storms, not caused by any natural phenomena they had recorded for centuries. This ripple was deeper, older, like the sea itself had begun to turn its gaze toward the city. A city unprepared. News spread across the rings faster than the morning breeze. The temple had spoken. The sea was shifting. The coastline was waking. Some panicked quietly, most waited, but everyone felt it. A sense that the city, beautiful, ancient, harmonious, was perched on the edge of something immense and irreversible. Guardians doubled their watch. Makers reinforced their tools. Traders hesitated to cross bridges. Children whispered rumors they did not understand, and deep within the temple, the watchers gathered once more around the still, gleaming pool, afraid of what its next message might be. Because the temple had witnessed the world for far longer than humans had, and if it was afraid, then the people had reason to fear as well. But whatever change was coming, it had only just begun. How these people lived with the rhythm of the tide. The people of Nerith, those patient keepers of stone, water, and memory, lived by a rule older than any law, older even than the city's first ring of stone. The tide commands, and the people follow. To a visitor from another age, their world might have seemed governed by strange rituals. Their days rose not with the sun, but with the sea. Their hours were carved into the coastline, like the shifting lines left on wet sand, never fixed, never permanent, but always returning in cycles. No bell tower measured their time, no written calendar dictated their seasons. Instead, the steady inhaling and exhaling of the ocean shaped every task, every tradition, every story. At dawn, when the first light painted faint silver across the domes, the people stirred not because they heard the cries of birds or the chatter of neighbors, but because they heard the tide retreating. That sound, a long, wet sigh, filled the canals as water slid away from the inner rings, pulling back into the great circular lagoon. To them, this meant the beginning of the gathering hours, when the sea revealed the hidden shelves of porous stone where sea fruit clung like soft jewels. The youngest of the city's apprentices would run barefoot along the outer walkway, their steps quiet, careful, respectful of the stillness that the elders believed kept balance between humans and tides. They carried woven pouches, each dyed with a pattern showing which clan they belonged to. Some belonged to the Moon Clan, whose members harvested glowing tide sponges used to illuminate the stone corridors at night. Others belonged to the Shell Clan, who understood the delicate work of gathering the delicate spiral shells that captured the whisper of the sea, objects that played an important role in the city's ceremonies. But no matter the clan, every child learned the same lesson on their first gathering hour. Take only what the tide has offered. Touch nothing that still clings tightly. Leave anything that struggles against your hand. Such things, the elders said, were still alive with the sea's breath and not meant for human use. In this way, the people of Nerith did not plunder the ocean, but shared a silent contract with it, though none remembered when the contract had first been forged. Perhaps it predated the city itself. After the gathering hours came the work of the flow, when the tide began to rise again. The city, built in wide rings of stone separated by narrow canals, had been designed to embrace the water rather than fight it. When the sea came rushing back, older citizens, those who knew the city's hidden veins like the back of their own hand, opened and closed stone gates carved with spiraling patterns. These gates directed the water into certain chambers beneath the domes, filling great cisterns used for drinking, cleansing, and rituals whose purposes no outsider could have ever guessed. Nerith's people believed the tide carried more than water. They believed it carried memory. Every afternoon, when the tidal channels surged with pale turquoise, the city scholars gathered along the inner ring, the place where the oldest stone sat, bearing carvings whose meanings had been lost for centuries. These stones were known as the memory arches, and each arch held tiny holes that filled with seawater as the rising tide washed over them. The elders claimed that by listening to the movement of water through these hollows, one could hear the voices of the ancient ones. To many, this sounded like myth, but to the people of Nerith, whose lives were shaped by the rhythm of waves, it felt like truth. Scholars leaned close, pressing their ears to the cool stone surfaces, waiting for the tide to speak. They did not listen for words, but for patterns, bursts of water, soft gurgles, slow drips, each forming rhythms the scholars wrote down using thin clay tablets. They believed these patterns were messages from the past, warnings, teachings, reminders of the balance the city must maintain. The most sacred part of the day came at twilight, during the passing tide. This was the moment when the waters reached their highest point and the edges of the world seemed to blur into shimmering light. The people left their tools, closed their shutters, and walked in quiet procession to the bridges connecting one ring of the city to another. Here, they stood in long lines, their silhouettes reflected in the smooth, rising water below. As the tide touched its highest mark, they lowered their heads
and remained motionless for several breaths. No one spoke, not even the children. The passing tide was the moment when the sea and sky became one, and silence was required to honor that union. Parents taught their children that during these moments, the spirits of the deep crossed through the city, searching for signs that humans still respected the ancient pact. If they found arrogance or noise, the tide would turn against the city. Legends told of distant centuries when the sea had risen in fury, punishing a generation that had forgotten humility. These stories were never written, never painted, never sung aloud. They were passed quietly from parent to child, like a secret meant to protect not just the city, but the very rhythm that kept it alive. After the passing tide came the hours of still labor. While the waters remained high and the city rested on a quiet cushion of sea, artisans did their finest work. The stoneworkers carved patterns that looked as though the tide itself had shaped them. The lantern makers shaped thin membranes coated in shimmering oils that refracted the dim evening light across walls in colors resembling underwater dawn. The weavers created cloth with slow, repeating spirals that mimicked the movement of water across sand. Much of the city's beauty came from these quiet hours. As darkness deepened, families gathered inside their dome houses, men's with rounded ceilings meant to echo the safety of a shell. Dinner was simple, often consisting of tide fruits cooked slowly over heated stones, accompanied by soft grain bread baked earlier in the day. Children asked their grandparents to tell stories of the first city, though no one truly knew if such a place had existed. These tales described a time when the coast was not yet circular, when the sea had been wild and unpredictable, and when ancestors struggled to survive each shifting season. It was said that a group of travelers, wise ones, patient ones, learned to watch the tide closely. They noticed patterns hidden in the water's rise and fall. They charted the moon's pull, the wind's breath, the whisper of underwater currents. And slowly, over generations, they shaped a city not against the sea, but with it. But even with all their understanding, there were mysteries the people of Nereth still feared. One such mystery was the deep hour, an event that came only once every 13 cycles of the moon.
The memory of water, the way it returned again and again, shaped the city's deepest beliefs. They viewed time not as a straight line, but as a wave, a repeating pattern, always circling back, yet always carrying something slightly different. Because of this, they celebrated events not yearly, but in cycles. There were the shell cycles, when the beaches produced the largest harvest of sound shells. The moon cycles, when the night sky aligned in a way that made the water glow faintly blue. And the silent cycles, when the wind hardly moved and the sea rested as though gathering strength for future storms. During the silent cycles, the people of Nerith performed their most important ritual, the washing of the voices. Everyone gathered near the central lagoon. Elders carried stone bowls carved with patterns older than the city itself. Children brought the first tide fruits of the season, and the scholars came forward with tablets of clay etched with the newest tide patterns. One by one, the bowls were lowered into the water. The tide filled them slowly, and the elders poured the water over the people's foreheads to cleanse their thoughts and remind them that all voices, human or ocean, needed stillness to be heard. But the people of Nerith were not merely ceremonial. Their daily survival depended on understanding the tide far more intimately than any ritual could express. Fishermen navigated the outer edges of the great circular lagoon using small reed boats, timing their journeys with the precise turning of the water. They knew exactly when the currents shifted direction, when the fish swam closest to the shallows, and when the ocean became too unpredictable to enter. Some days the sea seemed almost friendly, offering generous harvests. Other days it was utterly silent, and the fishermen returned empty-handed, but without complaint. After all, the tide gave what it wished to give, and it took what it wished to take. Even the city's architecture reflected this philosophy. Every structure was built with openings that allowed water to flow in and out without damaging the foundations. Homes had curved entrances raised slightly above the average high tide, yet low enough that during storms, the water could wash through them harmlessly. The city was not built to resist the ocean. It was built to move with it. As generations passed, this constant interaction shaped the people themselves. Their movements grew slow and graceful, their speech soft, their emotions measured like gentle currents. Children learned to read the ocean before they learned to write their own names. Young lovers carved secret messages into wet sand, knowing the tide would soon erase them, an act symbolizing trust rather than loss. And always, the rhythm of the tide whispered beneath every task, every conversation, every breath. Yet, even in this peaceful coexistence, a question lingered, one many were afraid to ask. Why had their ancestors built the city in the sea's very lap? The circular walls, the spiraling patterns, the deep connection to the tides, these things felt older than the people themselves, as if they were continuing a legacy they had inherited but never fully understood. Elia thought of this often, especially after her strange encounter during the deep hour. Something in the water had spoken that night, not in words, but in rhythm. And sometimes, when she stood alone on the quiet stone bridges at dusk, she felt as though the tide was watching her back, waiting, remembering, calling. For a question still unanswered, for a pattern not yet seen, for a truth buried beneath centuries of silence and water. And though she didn't know it yet, the rhythm of the tide was beginning to change. Food gathered from forested cliffs and shallow seas. Long before dawn, when the sky was still a dim wash of violet and the circular city of Narth lay wrapped in its curtain of mist, the foragers awoke. Their work began earlier than the tidekeepers, earlier even than the scribes who copied the night's tide patterns onto clay. For unlike fishermen who depended on rising waters, or fruit gatherers who walked the exposed tidal shelves, the foragers lived by two landscapes, the forested cliffs to the east and the shallow seas to the southwest. Both were dangerous. Both were sacred. Both fed the city in ways the tide alone never could. And so, before the first light touched the domes, men and women wrapped in soft gray cloaks stepped quietly through Narth's arched gateways, carrying woven baskets, bone-handled knives, climbing ropes braided from flexible reeds, and lanterns filled with moon sponges that glowed with faint green light. They traveled in near silence, broken only by the soft splash of footsteps across damp stone and the whisper of waves turning in their sleep. The cliffs, called the Whispering Rise, stood like silent guardians, facing the open sea with ancient patience. Trees clung to their edges as though gripping the bones of the earth. Their leaves shimmered silver in early light, a peculiar trait of the species that grew only here. The people of Narth believed these trees remembered the ancient storms, and the shimmer was their way of warning the wind not to wake the sea too roughly. The foragers paused at the bottom of the rise, waiting for the wind to shift. It always shifted at the same moment each morning when the tide began to retreat. That shift told them it was safe to climb. Alaya, still an apprentice gatekeeper, but now also curious about everything beyond her usual duties, joined the foragers that day. Ever since the strange, luminous pulse she had felt during the deep hour, she sensed the city's balance subtly changing. It was as if the tide had begun whispering differently. Even the morning air carried a tension she couldn't fully explain. Perhaps answers waited above, in the cliffs where ancient roots dug into rock as old as the sea itself. As they climbed the first stretch of slanted stone, the sound of the city faded behind them, replaced by the wind brushing through narrow gaps in the rock, creating a soft, unending hum. The cliffs earned their name not because they were particularly loud, but because they magnified sound in unpredictable ways. A single footstep could echo like a drum, while a spoken word might vanish instantly. The people believed that the cliffs chose which sounds to keep and which to silence. At the halfway ledge, the group halted. Before them lay a sloping forest of thin, tall silver-leaf trees, whose roots wrapped around stone like braided serpents. Between these roots grew clusters of moonberries, pale orbs that glowed faintly before sunrise and darkened by mid-morning. These berries formed the basis of many of the city's healing brews and were harvested with meticulous care. The elders taught that harming a silver-leaf tree brought misfortune, so the foragers used special bone hooks to pluck the berries without bruising the leaves. The harvesting required absolute stillness. Even a single loud exhale could send loose stone rolling, and on the cliffs, one rolling stone could quickly become a cascade. Alaya moved slowly, listening to the hum of the cliffs as she worked. But today the hum was not steady. It throbbed irregularly. As she reached for a cluster of moonberries, she felt the vibration ripple through her fingers, the same sensation she had felt during the deep hour. It wasn't threatening, it was aware. Before she could analyze it further, Elder Marin approached her, his weathered hands steady as stone despite his age. "You feel it too, child?" he asked quietly. Alaya hesitated. The cliffs seem uneasy. Marin nodded. Everything listens now. The tide, the cliffs, even the roots. She wondered why he spoke in riddles, but Marin had always been this way, uttering truths that only made sense months later. When their baskets were full of moonberries, the group moved deeper into the forested slope, where the air grew warmer and fragrant with the smell of resinous bark. This part of the forest held the cliff honey nests, crafted by tiny winged insects that built combs along the underside of jutting rocks. These creatures were harmless at dawn, but became fiercely territorial once sunlight fully reached their nests. The honey they produced, however, was prized above all other foods in Narth. It was thick, pale gold, with a taste that carried hints of salt and flowers. More importantly, it possessed a calming effect that helped the city rest during the storm seasons. Only the cliff walkers, those trained from childhood, were entrusted with gathering it.
They moved with slow, careful steps, using ropes to lower themselves beneath the overhangs. Alaya watched in awe as a young cliff walker named Sinai lowered herself effortlessly, knife in hand, slicing away only the darkest parts of the honeycomb, the sign that it was ripe. The removed combs were placed into smooth clay jars, sealed with sea wax. One drop of this honey could soothe pain, settle fevers, and calm the mind during the most turbulent tides. Alaya thought again of the vibration she had felt. If the honey was meant to bring calm, why did the cliffs feel restless? By the time the first rays of full sunlight broke across the sea, the foragers had collected enough moonberries, cliff honey, silverleaf sap, and resin root bark to supply the city for several days. They packed everything carefully, ensuring the baskets were balanced for the descent. Before heading down, the group bowed toward the open ocean, an ancient gesture of gratitude. The forested cliffs were more than a source of food to the people of Narth. They were teachers, protectors, and keepers of old stories carved into stone long before the city learned to listen to tides. But Narth needed more than forest foods. Much of its daily nourishment came from the shallow seas, where sunlight reached the sand and created a strange world of life. After a short rest at the base of the cliffs, the foragers crossed the smooth, flat stones leading to the southwestern shallows. The tide was now low, exposing long stretches of submerged sandbanks connecting.
A memory. She frowned. Of what? Meron gazed across the mirror sea, eyes narrowed. Of a time before the rings were built, before the tides were measured, before we learned to live with the sea instead of running from it. Alaya felt a chill despite the warm water. Meron continued, voice low. The cliffs, the sea, the tide. They remember everything, and sometimes they remind us. Remind us of what? That balance must be kept, and something is shifting the balance again. His words echoed in her mind as they continued gathering food. The glow pulsed beneath the water, steady, silent, insistent. The sea foragers whispered old songs as they worked,
unaware that the rhythm beneath their feet had subtly changed. By midday, their baskets were full. Shellfruit glistened under the sun, crest kelp dripped sparkling droplets, and clay jars of cliff honey hung safely at their sides. They began their walk back to Narsareth, following the stone path that rose above the shallows. From this height, Elias saw the faint glowing lines beneath the sea. Circles, spirals, shapes too precise to be natural. Her breath caught. They looked like the patterns carved into the city's deepest walls, the same shapes she had seen beneath the canal during the deep hour, the same echoes she had felt vibrating through her hands. Whatever message the tide was sending, it was drawing itself, not on stone, but across the sea itself. As the foragers stepped through the city gates, the tide began to rise again, gentle at first, then with a strange urgency. The water's whisper was no longer soft. It was calling. And Elia understood, with a clarity that struck her like a bolt of light. The balance between land, sea, and stone was on the verge of shifting. What the tide remembered, it was about to reveal. And once revealed, the city would never be the same.
Silent boats that crossed their harbors. Before the first blush of dawn reached the domes of Nereth, before the tide began its slow retreat, and before the foragers of the cliffs stirred from their beds, a different group of people woke in perfect silence. They were the boat keepers, guardians of one of the city's oldest traditions, a tradition whispered about in half-remembered stories and practiced with an almost sacred discipline. Their craft, known simply as the silent boats, were unlike any other vessels made by human hands. They glided across the harbors without sound, without wake, without disturbing even the smallest ripple. The people of Nereth believed these boats had been designed long before their ancestors carved the first ring of the city. Some even whispered that the design had been given to them, not invented by them. Elia had seen the silent boats many times from the stone bridges above the inner canals, but she had never stood close enough to touch one. Today, as dawn's pale light shimmered across the harbors, she found herself walking toward the largest mooring platform in Nereth, invited by Elder Macaron himself. The previous day's strange glow in the mirror sea, the spiraling patterns beneath the shallows, and the faint humming in the cliffs had all left her restless. Something was changing, and if the silent boats were part of the ancient rhythms of the city, they might hold answers. The harbor looked different in the early twilight. Lanterns of moon sponges cast pale green reflections on the water, making the entire harbor glow like a submerged constellation. At the center of this glow waited the silent boats, aligned in a perfect curve, like petals of a stone lotus. They were long, narrow vessels made of a material that was neither wood, nor stone, nor metal. Their surfaces were smooth and slightly warm to the touch, and they shimmered faintly, as though absorbing the night's light. Elia had always believed the boats were carved from a strange stone found deep beneath the cliffs, but now, standing close, she wasn't so sure. "This material," she whispered, "is alive." Macaron smiled softly. "Not alive as we are, but not dead as stone is. It remembers the tide." Elia touched the boat's surface again, this time bracing for the pulse she had felt in the cliffs and the sea. Instead, she felt nothing. Nothing but an unusual stillness, like the calm of a deep breath. The boat keepers approached in complete silence, as tradition required. They wore robes of soft sea-gray fabric and moved with fluid precision, never disturbing a single pebble on the harbor floor. The leader of the boat keepers, a tall woman named Lysara,
bowed to Macaron, but did not speak. She simply raised her hand and motioned for the group to prepare the boats. Alaya watched as 6 boatkeepers stepped onto the silent boats. Their movements were slow and deliberate. No one pushed away from the harbor wall, no oars touched water, no wind filled sails, because silent boats had none. And yet, the moment Lysara placed her palm flat on the boat's surface, the vessel began to move. It glided across the water without sound, without wake, without disturbing even the smallest ripple. The other boats followed in perfect formation. They formed a spiral, mirroring the carvings on Nareth's oldest stones. Alaya had felt a shiver crawl up her spine. "How do they move?" she whispered. Macaron answered, "With permission." That was no explanation at all, but in Nareth, many truths were carried in metaphor rather than clarity. The boats respond to the tide's pull, but only when guided by those who understand its rhythm. It is said, the boats move through the space between water and air, that place where sound cannot travel. Alaya tried to imagine such a thing, a thin veil in which sound died, movement softened, and the world became mute. The boats glided farther, reaching the center of the harbor. Lysara stood at the front of the leading vessel, her palms open, her eyes closed. Alaya recognized the posture. It was identical to the stance of the tidekeepers during the passing tide. "Are they reading the water?" she asked. "No," Macaron said softly. "They are listening to it." The boats drifted to the far side of the harbor, where the inner canals met the deep channels leading out to the open sea. Here, the water darkened and the tide's voice deepened. The silent boats slowed, forming a stationary ring. The boatkeepers opened their eyes. Lysara raised both hands, and for a moment, absolute stillness fell over the harbor. The water stilled. The wind paused. Even the faint hum of the cliffs seemed to fade. Then the boats moved again, but this time with a purpose. They began drawing patterns on the water, spirals, rings, lines that crossed and intersected in slow, deliberate movements. The boats never touched. They moved as though guided by an invisible hand. Alaya watched in awe. "What does this mean?" she whispered.
Children laughed and splashed in ankle-deep water. Merchants rolled open their stalls. Fishermen prepared nets. Life continued as always. But Alaya knew the truth. The rhythm that guided them, the rhythm that built their city, shaped their food, carved their rituals, was shifting. The tide was no longer a silent guardian. It was an awakening memory, a force stirring beneath generations of calm. And in its awakening, she felt a warning. Not of destruction, not of anger, but of transformation. Whatever the tide remembered, the city would soon have to face. Society that valued harmony over expansion. Long before the maps of later ages carved borders into the continents, long before empires rose and fell like tides, the people of the circular city lived by an ideal that would have bewildered the world that came after them. For them, greatness was not measured in conquests, or in the reach of armies, or in the glittering chains of trade stretching across oceans. Instead, they found greatness in balance. Balance between land and sea, between movement and stillness, between desire and discipline, between the self and the whole. Their society did not grow outward. It grew inward, dense, layered, and intricate, like the rings of the city itself. And that was perhaps the most extraordinary thing about them. At a time when other cultures, far away on distant continents, fought endlessly for more soil, more cattle, more tributaries, the circular city built its identity around a simple but powerful belief: nothing that grows too fast remains standing for long. The phrase appeared in carvings on their stone gateways. It was recited at the start of each season. Children learned it as soon as they were old enough to walk along the polished pathways of the inner ring. But it was more than a phrase. It was a reminder, a warning, and a promise. Harmony must be defended just as fiercely as territory. Yet, this defense took no form that outsiders would immediately recognize. There were no armies, no watchtowers bristling with weapons, no soldiers carrying polished shields. Instead, the people of the circular city guarded their peace through an unspoken agreement passed down through centuries, an understanding that growth, if left unchecked, could destroy the very heart of the world they cherished. So instead of expanding outward, they built deeper foundations. They mastered irrigation through narrow channels carved so precisely into the stone that even centuries later, the water still obeyed them. They cultivated orchards on the cliffs above the city, pruding them with the same care given to the stone walls. They gathered salt from the marshy shallows as though sifting through grains of memory, and they exchanged knowledge more fervently than any far-reaching empire traded gold. The elders, known simply as the quiet circle, did not rule through decree, but through resonance. Their strength came from their stillness. Their influence came from their ability to absorb conflict rather than amplify it. And in this absorption, they kept the city whole. To a stranger, the circular city might have seemed passive, but beneath its surface was a profound and deliberate structure designed to ensure that no single desire, no single ambition, no single individual could tip the city off its delicate axis. Children grew up hearing stories of lands beyond the horizon, lands where kings demanded tribute and armies carved paths through forests to build roads of conquest. These stories were not told to frighten them, nor to elevate their own way of life above others, but to remind them of a truth the city had learned long ago. Expansion was a hunger that never stopped eating, and hunger, once unbound, devoured all. The circular city had no desire to be devoured, so harmony became their fortress. Their rituals reflected it. Each equinox, the city gathered on the central platform, a wide expanse of stone that glimmered beneath the sun, and sang the Song of Equilibrium. It was not a hymn of worship, but a collective vow. Voices rose from every corner of the city, weaving together like currents of wind and water,
merging in a sound that felt older than the cliffs, older than the sea itself. The song held no words, only tones. And in those tones, every person reaffirmed the same unspoken promise: I will not take more than the world can give. But harmony was not the absence of desire, it was the mastery of it. That was where the true artistry of their society lay. The circular city did not forbid ambition, it shaped it. Craftsmen spent decades perfecting the balance of stone slabs so large that outsiders would assume they had been raised by giants. Weavers passed down patterns that represented the tempo of the sea. Boatmakers carved holes that whispered across the harbor so softly that the birds resting on the water often did not stir as they passed. Nothing was rushed, nothing was forced. Their lives unfolded at the pace of the tide, a slow, powerful rhythm that left no room for the chaos of conquest. But harmony, as any world eventually learns, is never permanent. Even within the circular city, this place of measured lives and rhythmic seasons, there were fractures too small for any eye to notice at first. Some were born from curiosity, others from grief, and still others from the simple truth that human hearts rarely remain still for long. The Quiet Circle knew this. Their history was younger than the stone city, but older than any living memory. They kept records, etched spirals of text that rested beneath the central platform, warning of times when harmony had wavered before. Those ancient etchings told of a single catastrophic truth. Each time the city had come close to collapse, it was not from an external threat, but from internal imbalance, someone wanting too much. And yet, even with such warnings carved into the city's bones, small ambitions still stirred beneath the surface. They whispered in the thoughts of craftsmen who wished their work would be seen by the world beyond the sea. They echoed in the hearts of young navigators who longed to cross the horizon instead of drifting along familiar routes. They curled around the dreams of children who wondered what lay beyond the cliffs. And then there were the scholars, those who studied the shifting patterns of the tides and the slow migration of stars. They were the ones who questioned the foundational promise of the city. If the world changed beyond their shores, they asked, then was it truly harmony to remain unchanged? These doubts grew so subtly that the Quiet Circle could not sense them at first. They were gentle as the hush of water against stone. But small things, when repeated across seasons, can reshape entire civilizations. And soon, the circular city would feel the first tremors of a truth they had spent centuries avoiding. Harmony, when held too tightly, becomes its own kind of imbalance. But that awareness still lay far in the future. For now, the city remained serene. The bridges were intact, the harbors quiet, the stone rings unbroken. The people still moved with the slow, deliberate grace that had defined them for generations. But beneath the calm, something was shifting, something no one had yet named. And as the tide crept higher with each passing season, it carried with it a whisper the city was not prepared to hear. A whisper that would someday reshape the circular city more drastically than any army or empire could have done. But that part of the story has not yet arrived. For now, the circular city still believes in its greatest truth, that harmony is enough. And soon, through your next subtitle, we will see what happens when the world finally disagrees.
Strange artifacts found beneath layers of time. Long before the first archaeologists ever set foot on the drowned coastline, long before the last descendants of the circular city vanished into myth, the earth beneath the stone rings began quietly recording its own memory. Every tide, every season, every shift in the wind deposited thin veils of sand and silt into the cracks of the great city. Over centuries, these layers deepened, thickened, and hardened, turning into a silent archive. The people of the circular city rarely disturbed this archive. They built upon it. They walked over it. They carved new structures above it. But they never dug into the city's older foundations.
Their belief in harmony did not permit such disruption. The past was considered settled, like cooled stone. To uncover it was to risk awakening something they had already chosen to leave behind. Yet time, as it always does, held its secrets too. It began with a tremor, soft enough that even the elders of the quiet circle dismissed it as nothing more than the sea shifting against the fault lines deep below. But the tremor was followed by a crack, and the crack was followed by a sound like distant thunder, though the sky above the city remained clear. The first to notice the disturbance was a group of young stone carvers working near the inner ring. Their task was mundane, clearing away loose sediment deposited by the spring floods. But as one of them, Lorraine, lifted a flat slab of stone, she froze. Beneath it lay something that didn't belong. Not stone, not shell, not the bleached driftwood that sometimes arrived with the tide. It was something dark, smooth, and cold even under the warm afternoon sun, something carved not by nature, but by hands that belonged to no craft they recognized. The object was no larger than a hand, yet impossibly heavy. Its surface shimmered with a muted blue sheen, like deep water light caught under polished glass. Strange lines curled across it, spirals that looked almost alive, as though they shifted depending on the angle of sunlight. Lorraine's breath caught in her throat. She reached out, hesitant, but curiosity overcame caution. The moment her fingertips brushed the object, a vibration traveled through her arm, gentle, steady, rhythmic. Not painful, not frightening, but undeniably purposeful, as though the object itself possessed a pulse. Lorraine pulled her hand back sharply. Another stone carver, Jorah, leaned in, frowning. "What is it?" "I don't know," Lorraine whispered. "But it's not ours." That simple truth changed everything. Word traveled quickly. Within an hour, elders from the quiet circle arrived. They examined the object in silence, their faces unreadable. Yet detention in their posture betrayed them. They were afraid, though they tried to hide it beneath their practiced serenity. The eldest among them, Mirath, finally spoke. "This should not exist." Her voice was barely more than a breath. The younger carvers exchanged uneasy glances. "Do you know what it is?" Lorraine asked. Mirath did not answer immediately. Instead, she gestured to the ground where the slab had rested. "Uncover the rest." The elders formed a circle, arms folded, brows furrowed, while the young carvers worked. Layer after layer of compacted sediment was brushed aside. Pebbles were cleared, sand was scraped away. Each new inch revealed more of the same mysterious material, smooth, dark, impossibly heavy. What they unearthed next stole the breath from every witness. The object was only one small piece of something far larger. Buried beneath the stone ring lay a massive structure, perfectly round, its edges too precise to be the work of nature. It looked older than the city itself, so old that even the deepest carvings on the outer ring seemed young in comparison. And it was made of a material no one could identify. Not metal, not obsidian, not any form of hardened clay. When touched, it thrummed faintly, like the heartbeat of a sleeping creature. The quiet circles stood frozen in silence. At last, Mirath broke it. "This should have remained sealed." The younger workers exchanged uneasy glances. "Sealed? You mean you knew something was buried here?" Mirath closed her eyes. "We knew of a warning, not of a shape." Her voice trembled, an emotion she usually kept tightly contained. Another elder, Athis, placed a hand on the strange artifact. If this is what I fear it is. He didn't finish his thought. Instead, he looked at Marath. She gave a grave nod. The quiet circle retreated into discussion, their whispers lost in the afternoon wind. The carvers stepped back, unsure whether they should continue uncovering the structure or flee from it. But even as the elders debated, the earth made the next move. A second tremor rolled beneath their feet, stronger this time, enough to make dust fall from the upper walls of the stone ring. And then from somewhere deep beneath.
Still, the scholars continued their work. Piece by piece, they uncovered more of the ancient structure. The spiraled markings became more complex. Strange symbols appeared, symbols no living person could decipher. And as they brushed away the last layer of compacted soil around a circular opening, Tarnis gasped. "There's more beneath," he whispered. Lorraine's heart pounded. "More what?" Tarnis looked up at her. "Rooms," he said softly. "Chambers. Entire halls. This structure, it's not a fragment. It's a building. A whole building buried under the city." A long, eerie silence followed. The elders exchanged looks of desperation. One of them, an elder known for never raising his voice, spoke with quiet dread. "If the earth revealed it now, then the sea may take it next." Lorraine shivered. "Take it? Why?" Marith placed a trembling hand on Lorraine's shoulder. "Because the last time a structure like this rose, the world changed." And so began the slow uncovering of the past, a past that was darker, stranger, and far more powerful than anyone in the circular city had dared to imagine. A past that would soon reshape everything. But that part of the story lies ahead. This chapter ends with the hum growing stronger, the light deepening into a luminous blue, and the realization settling upon the city. They had awakened something ancient. And the ancient does not wake without purpose. Technology that seems too advanced for its age. When the circular city first uncovered the humming structure beneath its inner ring, most believed it was nothing more than an artifact, a relic from an earlier people whose names and stories had been washed away by the tides of time. But as the days unfolded, the truth became impossible to ignore. This was not merely an object, not a carving, not a decorative relic or ceremonial token. It was a machine, one far beyond the knowledge or craftsmanship of the stone-working civilization that existed now. And the machine was waking up. The hum, once faint and uncertain, now pulsed with rhythmic strength. It vibrated through the soil. It seeped into the stone pathways. It resonated in the bones of the people who walked near it. The air above the excavation pit shimmered faintly, as though heated by invisible fire, though no warmth touched the skin. Day and night made no difference. The machine pulsed steadily, like a heartbeat older than the world. The quiet circle tried to maintain calm. Scholars insisted on careful study. Carvers and builders kept their distance, whispering their fears into the wind. But the moment the first wave of bluish light rose from the opening, soft as breath, steady as the moonrise, they all understood something they had never imagined would be true. Their ancestors had not been the first, and their ancestors had not been the most advanced. Many of the older records in the circular city mentioned the pre-dawn age, always in vague words. It was believed to be a mythical era, a time when stories replaced facts. Some scholars insisted that the pre-dawn civilization was little more than cautionary folklore. But what stood before them now, the machine buried in the earth like a fossilized heartbeat, was undeniable proof.
Something far more sophisticated than the circular city had once thrived here. Something capable of shaping materials that modern tools could not scratch. Something capable of channeling energy through stone without heat or smoke. Something capable of surviving beneath centuries of pressure, water, and earth without decaying. And that raised the most terrifying question of all. If they were so advanced, why did they disappear? The scholars were the first to identify anomalies. When Tarnus pressed his palm against one of the exposed segments of the machine, it responded, not mechanically, but organically, as though sensing his presence. Blue spirals shimmered beneath its dark surface, brightening where his hand lay. Other scholars observed the same phenomenon. The light responded to proximity, intensifying with touch, shifting in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. "Look at this," whispered Aurelie, a scholar trained in the study of ancient symbols. "It reacts to us. It recognizes us. Or at least it recognizes something in us." Lorraine, who had discovered the initial fragment, leaned closer. "Is it alive?" Aurelie shook her head. "Not alive like we are, but not dead either. It is aware." The idea sent a shiver through the entire group. Machines should not be aware. Not in any age, not anywhere. By the second week of excavation, they uncovered what appeared to be a circular chamber beneath the primary structure. The entrance was sealed by a smooth, seamless disc, too perfect to have been carved with anything known to their world. Every attempt to pry open failed. Stone tools shattered against it, metal chisels bent like softened reeds. The machine tolerated none of their efforts. But then something unexpected happened. One morning, as the sun rose and its first rays touched the unearthed structure, the sealed disc began to shift on its own. Slowly, deliberately, with the silence of 1,000 years' sleep breaking open. The ground trembled as the disc rotated, revealing a dark hollow beneath it. Gasps rippled through the watching crowd. Below the entrance stretched a smooth, spiraled staircase carved from the same impossible material. Thin lines of blue light glowed along its edges, illuminating a path downward into the depths of the machine. Tarnus stepped back, heart pounding. "This is no artifact. This is a facility." Aurelie's voice trembled. "A facility built by people who understood things we cannot even name." An elder of the quiet circle approached, leaning on her staff. Marith's expression was carved from stone itself. "Nothing from this chamber must be removed without the Kirkle's blessing." But curiosity, once ignited, is difficult to contain. And the circular city had been peaceful too long, perhaps, so long that their minds had grown hungry without realizing it. The first descent into the chamber was led by 4 individuals. Tarnus, for his knowledge of history, Aurelie, for her skill in deciphering symbols, Lorraine, for her intuition around the strange material, and Elder Marith, because the quiet circle would not allow younger minds to face the unknown alone. Torches were unnecessary. The blue light intensified as they moved deeper. The staircase spiraled downward for what felt like an eternity. The deeper they went, the quieter the world above seemed, until the only sound was the soft vibration of the machine itself. At last, they reached a wide, circular hall. It was perfectly symmetrical, its walls adorned with glowing lines that pulsed slowly, like veins of light. In the center of the hall stood a pillar, tall, slender, made of the same dark shimmering material as the outer structure. The light within it rotated gently, like stars drifting through a night sky. Aurelie stepped forward. "These symbols, She touched the wall lightly. They're not random. They're instructions. Tarnis frowned. Instructions for what? She shook her head slowly. I don't know. At that moment, Lorraine approached the central pillar. The moment her fingertips grazed it, the entire chamber responded. The light shifted. The walls brightened. The pillar released a soft tone, a resonance that traveled through their chests like a second heartbeat. Marith grabbed Lorraine's wrist. Do not touch what you cannot understand. But the machine did not harm her. Instead, it projected something. A ripple of light spread across the chamber. Shapes appeared in the air. Shadows of structures, landscapes, symbols, beings. Holographic, three-dimensional, alive with color and movement. Tarnis gasped. By the tides, this is memory. Aurelie stepped closer, captivated. A record, left by whoever built this. A civilization rose before their eyes. A civilization unlike anything the circular city had known. Buildings that floated above water like anchored clouds. Lights that moved without flame. Machines that lifted stone as though weightless. And people, tall, graceful, clothed in radiant fabrics, walking through a world that shimmered with impossible energy. Lorraine whispered, "They look like us." But Marith's eyes narrowed. "No," she said, voice.
Four emerged from the chamber, their faces pale. The city gathered in tense silence. The quiet circle demanded a full accounting. Tarnis explained the visions. Aurelie described the symbols. Lorraine shared her belief that the machine was a warning system, an ancient mechanism reactivated by shifts in the earth. Marith delivered the final truth. This technology is beyond our comprehension, and it was never meant for us. Gasps rippled through the crowd. But one question remained, whispered by everyone, yet spoken aloud by none. If the ancient machine was warning them, what exactly was it warning them about? That answer would reveal itself soon, because the earth beneath the circular city had begun to tremble more frequently. The tides had started creeping higher, and the machine's hum was strengthening each day, echoing through the stones, through the harbors, through the dreams of the people. Whatever had destroyed the pre-dawn civilization, it was returning, and the circular city had only just begun to face the truth. Children who grew up among stone walkways. They were the smallest inhabitants of the vanished world, Yet they carried within them the purest reflection of its spirit, the children of the stone walkways, barefoot wanderers of terraces older than memory, moved through the ancient city with a confidence that even the elders envied. To them, the stone itself was alive, each slab, smoothed by centuries of weather and countless footsteps, held stories they felt long before they understood them. At dawn, when the air was still blue and the low sun cast pale gold beneath the arches, the children would slip out of their dwellings like quiet shadows. Their homes, carved into the layered rock walls that ringed the city, resembled shallow caves from a distance, but from within, warm lamplight tinted the stone a soft amber, creating a kind of gentle glowing womb from which every morning they emerged. They darted along the narrow pathways, some barely wide enough for one person, others broad like ceremonial plazas, following routes that looped around the cliffs like veins. The walkways were not arranged in tidy grids as later civilizations would prefer. They twisted organically, shaped by the land's natural rises and slopes, forming an intricate web between homes, water platforms, watch ledges, and open gathering courts overlooking the sea. Above all, the children knew these paths the way fledglings know the wind. They ran with arms outstretched as if the air itself would hold them up. They hopped across shifting shadow lines cast by tall stone pillars. They balanced on the narrow ridges where the cliff dropped straight into ocean mist. No adult could follow them with the same sure-footed ease. They had grown up with the stone as their teacher, their guardian, their quiet challenge. In those early hours, the world belonged to them. Their laughter echoed in places where even the elders rarely went, deep inner terraces where forgotten tools lay buried beneath dust, or moss-soft steps where ancient symbols were carved so faintly they were nearly swallowed by time. Every day they discovered something new, a stone chipped oddly, a fossil trapped in the walkway surface, a hidden alcove behind a curtain of vines. And though the adults often dismissed these finds as ordinary, the children sensed a greater meaning. They believed the old world whispered to them purposely, revealing itself only to those with hearts still unclouded. One of the favorite gathering places for the children was the upper linkway, the narrow, elevated path that circled the highest terrace and offered a sweeping view of the entire harbor. From there, the sea below looked like a polished mirror. The silent boats drifted in and out like dark leaves carried by invisible tides, and the children watched them with wide eyes, imagining what distant wonders the sailors brought back. Yet they themselves were forbidden from boarding the boats until they passed their 10th summer. Not because the sea was dangerous, these people understood the sea better than land, but because the elders believed that the young must first learn the rhythm of the city before they learned the rhythm of the waves. So the children watched and waited, imagining futures filled with journeys beyond the horizon. But their days were not spent entirely in play. The city had a quiet philosophy. Children learned through living. No formal lessons, no rigid instruction. Instead, they followed older youths or observant adults, absorbing skills like sand absorbs water. Some learned to shape clay vessels, their small fingers guiding the spinning forms. Others learned to read wind patterns by watching tapestries flutter. A few studied birds, believing their flight paths carried messages from the old ancestors. And all learned the delicate craft of walking the stones, moving in harmony with the land, absorbing its moods, and treating its surfaces not as lifeless material, but as something sacred. On many afternoons, they gathered at the central terrace, where ancient stone rings formed low seating circles. There, elders told stories, not long dramatic tales, but gentle fragments of the past. Lessons disguised as memories, warnings wrapped in soft humor, dreams spoken in riddles.
The children listened, lying on their stomachs, tracing the engraved swirls in the ground with absent fingers. One story that every child knew whispered of the first path, the initial walkway carved when the city was newborn. It was said that those who walked it at the right hour could hear the heart of the mountain beneath their feet. Another tale spoke of the stone guardians, creatures that lived in the cracks, too small for adult eyes to see. Only children, it was said, could catch them sleeping, curled like tiny glowing seeds between the rocks. Whether the children believed these tales literally or simply cherished them as part of their identity, no one knew. But they took the stories seriously. Many mornings were dedicated to quiet listening, pressing their ears against the walkways at dawn, convinced the stone would speak back. As seasons passed, their understanding deepened. The stone walkways were not simply paths, they were the city's memory. Every indentation was a record of someone's passage, every polished surface a testament to generations. The children felt themselves becoming part of that memory, leaving their small prints on the same surfaces their ancestors had shaped. But childhood, even in a peaceful world, had shadows. There were sections of the walkway network where the elders warned them not to go, old collapsed platforms, ancient sealed chambers, and cliffside ledges where the stone had grown brittle. Sometimes, curiosity lured the bravest children to the edges of these forbidden zones. They would peer past the barriers, squinting at ruins tangled with vines, or strange tools half buried by sand. Even from a distance, something about those abandoned quarters felt different, colder, quieter, as if time itself hesitated to pass through them. The elders rarely explained the danger. They preferred silence over fear. But children noticed things. The way elders avoided looking at certain cliff openings. The way storytellers paused before mentioning the deep caverns. The way stoneworkers left offerings, small shells or woven fibers beside ancient cracks. The children sensed that parts of their world held memories too heavy for them. Still, their innocence persisted. As the sun dipped each evening, the walkways turned warm red, glowing like embers beneath soft shadows. Families gathered on the terraces, sharing food, stories, and the small victories of the day. Children wove between them like playful spirits, carrying their stone dust secrets and cliffside discoveries. For in this ancient city, childhood was not just a stage of life, it was a bridge between the deep past and the slow-moving present, between the silent stones and the beating human heart, between mysteries too old to understand and hope too young to articulate. Every child who grew up among those stone walkways carried the imprint of the land within them, and though none of them knew it yet, they would one day be the keepers of a world that teetered on the edge of silence, its stories waiting for someone brave enough to listen. This chapter, like all the others, merely opens the door. The rest of the story still waits behind it.
Storms that tested the strength of their world. The storms came without warning, not the gentle rains that whispered across the stone terraces, nor the soft coastal winds that felt like wandering spirits brushing past one's cheek. These storms were different, massive, towering, ancient things, born from the deep breath of the ocean itself. They gathered beyond the horizon in bruised shades of violet and gray, swelling like mountains rising from the sea, and when they moved, the entire world seemed to tremble. Those who lived in the carved cliff cities knew the signs long before any visitor could detect them. The air grew heavier, carrying a metallic scent, like stone after it has been struck. The sea stilled as though holding itself tight. Birds vanished abruptly, slipping into cracks and overhangs high above, and the children, those who grew up among the stone walkways, felt the change before anyone else, sensing a strange vibration under their bare feet, as if the land itself,
murmured an ancient warning. Storms had always been a force woven into the rhythm of their existence. The people did not fear them, not in the way outsiders might, but they respected them with a reverence so deep it bordered on worship. Because storms revealed what the world was truly made of, and what they themselves were made of too. When the first winds arrived, thin and sharp as bone, the elders would step out onto the terraces, turn their faces toward the darkening sky, and close their eyes as though listening to a distant voice. These storms were not merely weather, they were tests. Ever since the settlement's earliest days, long before memory took written form, the storms had shaped how the city was built. Narrow pathways carved into the sheltering rock, water channels etched with precision, stone roofs angled to withstand the weight of relentless rain. But even the most ancient architects had never seen the full fury of the sky. The elders believed that every generation experienced storms slightly different from those that came before, as if the sea constantly adjusted its lessons. Some storms taught patience, some taught caution, others taught unity, forcing families to gather in shared dwellings where they spoke softly until the danger passed. And some storms, rare, monstrous, unforgettable, taught endurance. This chapter begins with one such storm. It arrived at dusk, when the sky usually blushed orange, but that evening no color came. Instead, a vast wall of cloud rose in silence, swallowing the horizon like a great creature lifting itself out of the deep. The light dimmed so gradually that most did not notice until shadows pooled thickly across the stone walkways. The sea turned a dull slate, with barely a ripple breaking the surface. There were no early gusts, no thunder, no flicker of lightning, only silence. The kind of silence that presses against the ears. The kind that makes even the bravest feel suddenly small. Mothers called their children inside, stoneworkers packed away their tools. Fishermen returned to the inner harbor, their boats moving quietly like dark feathers brushing the water. But the children, those curious wanderers of the terraces, lingered. A group of them had climbed to the upper linkway, the high walkway that circled the top of the city. From there they watched the storm front, their eyes wide, their bodies trembling not from fear, but from awe. The storm held a strange beauty, like something ancient waking from centuries of sleep. "Do you feel it?" whispered one of the older girls. "It's humming," said a younger boy, pressing his palm to the warm stone beneath him. "No," another corrected, hushed. "The land is bracing." They did not yet understand what that meant. Far below, the elders felt it too. They exchanged quiet glances, acknowledging something old, something they had hoped would not return during their lifetimes. By the time the children descended, guided by a soft but urgent call from the terraces, the first distant rumble rolled across the sky. It was not thunder. It was deeper than that, like the growl of a mountain shifting its weight. Then the wind came. Not in a rush, not in a scream, but in a slow building force that bent the tops of trees and sent fine dust spiraling off the cliff edges. The city's fire basins flickered and dimmed. Cloth banners snapped against their ropes, their once peaceful dance turning erratic. Still, the people moved calmly. They had survived storms for generations. But this storm was growing differently. The sea began to heave. Massive waves rose and fell, striking the harbor's protective stone ribs. Water surged into the lower channels, rushing through neatly carved grooves that carried it safely through the city's drainage network. The architects who had engineered the cliff settlement understood water better than any builders the world would know for centuries. But even perfect design had its limits. Rain began suddenly. Hard, heavy, violent. It struck the stone like thrown pebbles, filling the air with a constant hiss. The walkways grew dark and slippery, their surfaces gleaming like wet obsidian. Families tightened their door seals and braced wooden beams against entrances. But even indoors, the storm's presence could be felt, vibrating through the floors, rattling the clay vessels, shaking suspended lamps. Yet the people's fear did not rise from the wind or rain. It rose from something deeper, something older, a memory. One of the elders, an old woman with trembling hands but a steady gaze, whispered to those huddled around her, "This storm has come before, long ago, when the stone still remembered fire." No one asked her to explain. Outside, lightning split the sky, a branching plume of white fire that illuminated the entire cliffside city in a single, terrifying flash. Towers, terraces, elevated paths, carved homes, all suspended for a heartbeat in that stark, brilliant light. And then, darkness again. Thunder followed, this time unmistakable. A cracking roar that shook dust from the cliff walls and sent small rocks tumbling down forgotten crevices. The storm had begun in full, but even as it raged, the people did not panic. The storm was their adversary.
An event that may have changed everything. For generations, the people of the circular cliff city had lived in harmony with the tides, the winds, and the turning of the seasons. Their world had endured storms, droughts, and shifting coastlines, yet nothing had ever truly altered the rhythm of their living. Nothing had ever forced the city to question its place between stone and sea. Until the night after the great storm. That night, something happened, quietly, suddenly, and without warning. And from that moment onward, nothing felt the same. The storm had finally passed in the early hours before dawn. What remained was not silence, but a strange, heavy stillness. The sea lay flat and dark, as if exhausted. The cliffs glistened with rainwater, mist curled up from the stone walkways like breath rising from sleeping giants. Most of the people were still inside their dwellings, too drained to emerge, but a handful of fishermen, men who always rose before the sun, stepped out to inspect the harbor. They stopped walking long before they reached it. Something was wrong. The air smelled different. Sharp and cold, like metal dipped in seawater. The waterline seemed lower than usual, though only by a little. The gulls that usually circled the cliff at dawn were nowhere to be seen, and the harbor, normally alive with the gentle clatter of moored boats, was eerily silent. One of the men whispered, "Listen." They did. There was no wind, no waves, no distant rumble from the retreating storm, only a low, faint, rhythmic sound they could not place, like a slow pulse echoing through the stone beneath their feet. It was coming from below, but none of them dared go down yet. They waited until more people awoke and came to investigate. Soon, dozens stood along the upper terraces, leaning over the carved railings to stare at the harbor far beneath them. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but then someone noticed it. There was a crack. A long, jagged, dark crack running across the lowest terrace, right above the inner harbor, stretching from one end of the stone platform to the other. A crack deep enough for shadows to collect inside it. A crack large enough to swallow a hand. The storm had caused damage before, of course, but never like this. The cliff dwellings were carved into the strongest part of the rock. Their ancient engineers had chosen their location with absolute precision. A crack meant that something fundamental had shifted, something within the cliff itself. The elders gathered, standing silently around the fissure. They touched the stone with careful fingers, pressing against the edges, listening to the deep, slow pulse still vibrating beneath the surface. "This is not from the storm alone," murmured the oldest among them. "What else could have caused it?" someone whispered. But none of the elders answered. Instead, they sent the children away. The people of the city feared very little in their daily lives, but when they grew quiet, when they began speaking only with their eyes, when they avoided saying certain words out loud, that was when the shadows of old memories stirred. And this was such a moment. As the sun finally rose, its light struck the water in a soft gold sheen, revealing something the storm had deposited overnight, an object, floating near the inner harbor wall. At first, many thought it was wood drift or debris, but as it drifted closer, guided by the faint current, the truth became clear. It was not wood, not stone, not bone, not anything they had ever seen before. It was smooth, black, and perfectly shaped, not by hands, but by something else. It glimmered like obsidian when the light struck it, but its surface held no cracks, no grain, no marks of carving. It looked made, yet not by any technique known to the city. A fisherman reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed the surface, he recoiled, as if burned. But not because it was hot, because it vibrated. Like the heartbeat beneath the stone terraces. Like the pulse that had echoed in the cliff since dawn. Suddenly, the object sank. Silently, without a ripple, dropping straight down into the depths of the inner harbor, and the pulse beneath the city grew a little stronger. News spread fast. By midday, every resident of the cliff city knew what had happened. People crowded the terraces, whispering, speculating, wondering. Some believed the storm had awakened something ancient beneath the sea. Others whispered of past events, of things the elders rarely spoke of except in hushed warnings. But it was not until late afternoon that the event became impossible to ignore. A tremor shook the cliff. Not strong, but deep. Deep enough to rattle clay jars, deep enough for dust to fall from old carvings, deep enough for the children to grab one another's hands. And moments later, every water channel in the city, every narrow groove carved to guide rainfall,
began to fill with clear, cold water. But it was no longer rainwater. It was rising from below, from within the cliff, from the same depths where the strange object had vanished. The elders ordered everyone to retreat to the higher terraces. Their voices were steady, but their eyes held the kind of fear only those who remember history can truly understand. One elder spoke softly to another. "It is happening again." The other replied, voice trembling, "After so many centuries, I thought the sea had forgotten." The younger people did not understand, but they could feel it. Something ancient was returning, and this was only the beginning. Before nightfall, a distant hum echoed across the water. Steady, heavy, and impossibly deep. It sounded like something enormous shifting beneath the ocean floor. The sea itself seemed to breathe with it, swelling and falling in strange patterns. Some described the sound as a chant. Others thought it a warning. A few said it felt like the awakening of something that should have remained asleep. But all agreed on one thing. The world no longer felt the same. This event, the crack in the cliff, the pulse beneath the stone, the impossible object that slipped beneath the harbor, was the first sign of a change far larger than any of them could yet imagine. A change that would test every belief they held about their city, their ancestors, and the world beyond their horizon. A change that would unravel secrets buried for centuries. A change that would reach every corner of the circular city and alter the fate of every.
Some believe their city sunk under rising seas. For centuries after the fall of the circular cliff city, explorers, scholars, and storytellers argued about its final fate. Some insisted the city was destroyed by a storm unlike any other. Others whispered of an underground fire, a breaking of the stone from within. A few claimed that people themselves abandoned it, walking away from their home in silence. But among the many theories, one grew stronger than the rest, repeated in every fishing village, carved into driftwood charms, passed down like a warning from the sea. The city did not fall, it sank, slowly, quietly, beneath rising waters. And some believed it had been sinking long before anyone realized. The idea did not begin with scholars. It began with the people themselves, those who lived on the stone terraces hundreds of years before the final collapse. At first, the signs were small. The sea seemed to rest a little higher against the cliff. The tides filled the lower channels faster than they used to. The harbor, once deep and wide, grew narrower as the water pressed inward, swallowing rock that had stood firm for generations. The people noticed the change in small daily ways. Fishermen had to anchor their boats higher than before. Children were warned not to play near certain terraces because unexpected waves sometimes struck them even during calm tides. The stone steps leading to the lower harbor darkened with moisture, as though the sea breathed upon them more often. Yet the city trusted itself. Its foundations were old, older than stories, carved by ancestors who understood the ocean as if they had studied its heartbeat. So, the gradual rise of the water did not bring immediate fear, only curiosity. It was not until the night of the great storm and the strange event that followed that the rising waters became more than a passing concern. For after that night, the water began to move in ways no tide chart could explain. It rose not in cycles, but in pulses, responding, it seemed, to something beneath the sea. The inner harbor swelled even during low tide,
as if the ocean floor itself was rising. Water seeped from cracks within the cliff, not just from outside it, and the pulse, the deep, rhythmic vibration felt through the stone, grew louder with each passing day. Some believed it was the memory of the storm echoing through the land. Others feared it was a sign from the gods of the sea. But the elders whispered a darker idea. It is not the sea that rises, it is the land that sinks. Those words spread slowly, creeping through households like a draft beneath a doorway. No one wanted to believe them. The cliff city had stood for centuries without shifting. Its terraces were carved into the strongest stone. Its foundations were legendary, engineered by ancestors whose knowledge seemed impossible for their age. How could such a structure sink? But the evidence grew. Within a week, the lowest ring of the city, the outermost circle that had once served as a broad walkway for traders and travelers, was flooded at high tide. Water swirled around carved pillars that had never touched the sea before. The old dry stone patterns that decorated the terrace were now blurred by constant waves. Within a month, sea plants began growing along the lower walls, plants that had only ever appeared near the deep coastal pools. Now they clung stubbornly to cracks and crevices along the city's base, marking the new reach of the water. Within a season, entire sections of the harbor vanished beneath the rising sea. The people built new pathways, new barriers, new scaffolds, trying to stay ahead of the creeping water. But each repair seemed temporary, like patching a boat already taking on more water than it could bear. Still, the city endured. Still, the people believed they could outlast whatever change was coming. But then came the second tremor, the one that shook not only the terraces, but their confidence. The tremor struck on a clear morning, without wind or storm, without warning. A deep, groaning vibration rose from the earth, running through every stone dwelling, every walkway, every carved staircase. Jars toppled, walls cracked, and worst of all, the entire harbor shifted, sinking several inches as the water surged upward to fill the sudden drop. Children screamed, adults stood frozen, and the elders closed their eyes. They recognized the sound. They had heard it before, many years earlier, when they were very young, just once during a strange season when the tides behaved unnaturally. Their elders had spoken of it then as something old, something dangerous. "It is the world settling," an elder had whispered long ago. "No, it is the world remembering," another had answered. Now, decades later, the same sound had returned. People ran to the highest terraces. For the first time in centuries, fear overtook them. Not fear of storms, nor fear of hunger, nor fear of enemies, but fear of something they could not see, a shift beneath their feet, a sinking of the land that had always seemed eternal. And then came the most alarming sign of all. The ancient water channels, the ones carved into the cliff's deepest layers, meant to drain excess water, began flowing backward. Instead of guiding water out, they were pulling water in. It was as if the sea itself was climbing upward, searching for a way into the heart of the city. The elders convened in the upper temple, the place where they kept the oldest records, thin clay tablets carved with symbols so archaic that few alive could still read them. There, deep in the shadows behind the altar, they found a tablet few had touched in generations. It told of an age when the coastline was different, when the land was higher, when the sea lay far away. It spoke of a warning carved by the first settlers. When the waters rise without a storm, when this stone breathes the pulse of the deep, when the carved terraces drink from below, the city will not fall by wind or fire, it will be claimed by the sea. And below that final line, worn by centuries of touch, were 3 carved rings, the symbol of their city, their home, their world. A world that now seemed to be slipping slowly, inevitably, beneath the waves. After that revelation, everything changed. Some believed the city could still survive by building higher terraces. Some argued it was too late, that the sinking had already begun. Some refused to leave, convinced that the sea was merely testing them again. And a few, haunted by dreams and ancient symbols, believed the sinking was not natural at all. They believed it was connected to the strange object found after the storm, to the vibration within the cliff, to the pulse that grew louder with each passing day. They believed something beneath the sea was waking, something tied to the city's foundation, something that the ancestors knew, feared, and perhaps had tried to contain. Whether the city was truly sinking or the sea was rising, no one yet knew, but one thing was certain. The balance between stone and water had shifted. The old rhythm was broken, and the world that had endured for centuries no longer felt steady. The sinking had begun, though few understood how far it would go, or how much it would change.
Legends that echo through generations. They said legends lived longer than stone. Even after the city vanished beneath tides, after its grand walkways dissolved into drifting sand, after maps forgot to name it, its stories refused to die. They changed shape, softened around the edges, grew gentler or darker depending on who retold them, yet they remained, stubborn and alive. Like seeds carried by wandering winds, the tales scattered across coasts, forests, islands, and deserts, finding homes in the memories of people who had never even known the city existed. The elders believed this was the final legacy of the lost world, not the artifacts, not the broken towers, not the shimmering fragments of forgotten technology, but the stories that clung to human imagination like moss on old stone. And so, generation after generation, the legends drifted outward. Some were whispered beside cooking fires, others were spoken in marketplaces where no one cared whether they were true. Few were sung in slow, mourning melodies by travelers who felt an ache they could not explain. And some, the rarest ones, were carried by children who inherited nothing from their ancestors but a single strange memory. A story so old they could not remember when they first heard it. Each legend was a reflection of the same city, but you would never think so from the way they varied. One tale said the lost people were descendants of stars, beings who walked like humans but remembered the shape of constellations. According to this telling, the city did not sink but returned to the sky, reclaimed by its celestial origins. Children in coastal villages grew up believing that certain bright clusters of light were actually ancient towers, still glowing in the heavens. Another legend insisted the people of the vanished city were guardians of the tides, able to command water with gestures and murmured words. Old fishermen told this story while mending their nets, glancing nervously at the horizon as if expecting the sea to rise in response. A far more somber tale described a darker ending, that the people perished in silence, swallowed not by water but by their own creation. Some versions said a machine failed catastrophically,
Others claimed a forbidden artifact opened something that could not be closed again. Children were warned never to tamper with objects they did not understand, for that is how the sea takes entire worlds. Still, another version said the people survived, but fled. They migrated across continents, melted into new cultures, and hid their past so the same tragedy could never follow them. These were the legends most scholars rejected, yet most listeners secretly hoped were true. After all, it was comforting to imagine that some descendants still lived among them, carrying the memory like a fading tattoo under their skin. But the quietest legend, the one rarely spoken aloud, was the one elders seemed to fear. It whispered that the city still existed exactly as it once was. Not destroyed, not submerged, not abandoned, simply hidden. A place just behind the veil of ordinary sight, accessible only during rare storms when lightning tore open the distance between worlds. Travelers who claimed to have glimpsed it described towering archways illuminated from within, as if lanterns burned behind the stone. Others swore they saw silhouettes walking along vast walkways, their shadows stretching across water that reflected no stars. Such stories were dismissed as tricks of the night, or dreams, or the influence of strong drink. But every few decades, someone disappeared while searching for it. Someone who believed wholeheartedly that the lost city was still breathing, still watching, still waiting. Scholars tried to gather the legends into collections, but each time they attempted to fix them into neat categories, the tales shifted again. Stories breathed. They resisted captivity. A written legend felt smaller than a spoken one, as if losing something essential in the transition from voice to ink. Still, many tried. One of the most persistent collectors was Eliar of the Southern Islands, an elderly man who had spent the last years of his life wandering from village to village with a leather-bound journal strapped to his back. He believed the legends were keys, pieces of a map scattered so widely across time that only a patient mind could stitch them back together. He spent weeks at a time interviewing fishermen, reclusive forest dwellers, nomads who followed the migration of desert winds, and sailors who had survived shipwrecks near uncharted waters. What surprised him most was that even though the stories differed wildly, they all contained the same few elements. A city impossible to compare to any other, a people both brilliant and doomed, a disaster shaped by nature or something beyond nature, and the lingering sense that the story wasn't finished, as if the city expected someone, someday, to return. Eliar wrote until his hands trembled. He wrote until the ink stained his sleeves and fingertips. He wrote until pages overflowed with contradictions that somehow all felt true. And then, as he approached the end of his life, he began writing more carefully, more slowly, choosing words as one chooses stones to build a foundation. One night, while staying in a coastal hut battered by winds, he wrote a final line. Their stories echo still because the world has not yet learned what lesson they tried to leave behind. He died the next morning, but his journal survived, and with it, a question that spread like ripples through those who read it. What lesson were the lost people trying to pass down? Children grew up with these stories long after Eliar's journal became a treasured relic. Some treated them as bedtime stories, nothing more. Others devoured them with the belief that legends always hid truths too dangerous or powerful to record plainly. But one child, a girl named Erilith, took the legends differently. She believed every single one. She believed the city had risen from oceans. She believed it had walked among stars. She believed its people breathed water, or commanded storms, or danced between realities. And most of all, she believed the city was not lost, only waiting. Whenever the tide rolled back, revealing the darker sand beneath, she searched for unusual shells, stones that hummed faintly, or fragments that looked too smooth, too symmetrical to be natural. Adults laughed. Other children teased her, but she kept searching. because the legends felt alive to her, not as memories of a distant past, but as something leaning forward into the future. Her grandmother, one of the last surviving elders of her settlement, never discouraged her. Instead, she would stroke her hair and whisper, "Stories cling to children who have a reason to hear them." Aerolith never understood what that meant. Not yet. Meanwhile, far across the water, in regions where the ancient city's name had been swallowed by centuries, the legends took on shapes that felt almost unrelated. But underneath, the same heartbeat trembled. In mountain monasteries, monks chanted about a people who built bridges of memory, structures capable of storing human thoughts within stone. In deep forests, hunters warned of ghostly figures walking along invisible paths at night. On distant islands, old women wove tapestries depicting a shimmering circular city surrounded by tidal rings. Everywhere the story traveled, it adapted, like a wandering creature learning to survive new climates. And yet, there was that same faint thread, a sense that the people who built the stone walkways had left something behind that the world was not meant to forget. Something precious, something dangerous, something unfinished. Generations later, during an unusually violent season of storms, the legends reawakened in ways no one expected. Lightning split the sky in long, white veins, illuminating the sea in flashes so bright that it seemed to glow from within. Waves rose higher than roofs, the wind screamed through villages like a living thing. And in the midst of that chaos, stories reawakened. People claimed they heard singing, low, resonant voices coming out to sea. Others swore they saw shadows of immense structures emerging just beyond the horizon, illuminated only during the lightning's brief flashes. Some said they heard footsteps echoing across water. Elders trembled when they heard these accounts, not because they feared the legends, but because they recognized them. The same tales had resurfaced centuries earlier, right before something disastrous happened, something that had been passed down only in murmured warnings. When the stories grow loud again, it means the past is ready to rise. But rise how? Rise where? Rise in what form? No one knew. And the elders, fragile and weary, could not help feeling the weight of old fears returning. Aerolith, now older but still carrying her childhood wonder, watched the storms from the cliffside and felt something deep within her shift. The winds carried the same whispers she had heard in stories. The sea glowed faintly, not with reflected lightning, but with something steady, something pulsing softly beneath the waves. It was as if the city itself was calling, not in words, not in sound.
What modern researchers still cannot explain. Even in the age of satellites, deep water scanning, mineral lasers, and artificial intelligence capable of reconstructing entire civilizations from a handful of scattered pottery shards, there remained things about the lost world that modern researchers simply could not grasp. In fact, the more technology advanced, the more impossible the ancient city seemed. For decades, scholars had treated the legends as poetic exaggeration, stories inflated by time, nostalgia, and human imagination. But then came the discoveries no one could explain. The findings that refused to fit neatly into any logical framework. The artifacts that mocked every assumption about ancient engineering. And at the center of it all was one baffling truth. The lost Slee had been far more advanced than its age should have allowed. Advanced not in the sense of metal or electricity or machinery, but in a stranger way. A way that blended architecture, geology, acoustics, and something else that defied categorization. Something that felt almost alive. The first mystery came from the stones themselves. Diving expeditions along the continental shelf recovered massive slabs of pale, luminescent material unlike any known mineral. When exposed to sunlight, the slabs absorbed light rather than reflecting it, developing faint glowing veins that pulsed softly at night. Scientists examined them with ultraviolet microscopes. They tried lasers. They tried radiation scans. They submerged the stones in heated salt water, then in fresh water, then in heated sand. Nothing changed the stones, except sound. A researcher accidentally dropped a metal clip on one of the slabs. The stone vibrated, almost imperceptibly, and the glowing veins rearranged themselves into new patterns, patterns researchers later found matched the ancient tidal charts of the region. The discovery shook the scientific world. A stone that responded to sound, a stone that stored information, a stone that could remember. The material was unlike anything in the geological record. No known civilization had access to such composite minerals, and even if they did, how could they possibly shape it so precisely? When scientists cut a fragment and examined it under ultra-high-resolution equipment, they found microscopic channels running through the stone, channels that seemed deliberately carved. That was the moment researchers realized the truth. These stones had not been formed by nature. They had been engineered. But by who? And for what purpose? No one could answer. The second mystery came from the walkways, those vast stone roads that stretched beneath the sea like abandoned arteries. Mapping drones detected something astonishing. The walkways were designed using complex geometric alignments that modern architects still struggle to replicate. Not symmetry alone, but a kind of living balance, as if the structures shifted energy rather than merely supporting weight. Some segments were acoustically tuned. When struck gently, they emitted faint tones, tones that corresponded to frequencies found in migratory patterns of sea creatures. Others resonated with the Earth's natural electromagnetic pulses. One section even reacted to seasonal currents, vibrating more intensely during winter tides. What civilization understood oceans, sound, and energy so deeply? What civilization blended engineering with the living world? Modern researchers ran simulations for years, but the algorithms failed to replicate the walkway design. Some structures balanced stress in ways impossible with the material properties of stone. Others absorbed wave impact like sponges, reducing erosion. But the most baffling thing, some walkways were heating themselves. Not to dangerous temperatures, but a warm, steady pulse, as if the structures were breathing. Engineers were left speechless. Ancient stone that self-regulated its temperature? What were they dealing with? But the real mystery, the one that caused debates in universities and late-night arguments among archaeologists, was an object found halfway beneath layers of silt. A circular disc, black as night, smooth as glass, cold to the touch, but vibrating faintly when held near water. At its center was a spiral pattern that seemed to shift when viewed at different angles, like a mirage trapped in solid form. When placed on a flat surface, the disc aligned itself automatically, rotating until it faced north. When exposed to sound above a certain frequency, it lit with soft blue rings. When submerged in seawater, it humped, a sound that recordings failed to capture. Researchers called it the sea memory, but no one knew what purpose it served. Was it a map, a tool, a ceremonial object, or a form of technology far beyond the city's era? Tests revealed that the disk was composed of a material not found anywhere else on Earth, something that resembled volcanic glass but was infused with microscopic metallic threads. These threads formed patterns too complex to be accidental. Circuits, nerves, something else entirely.
And stranger still, the disk was thousands of years older than the civilization it appeared to belong to. Impossible, yet undeniable. Meanwhile, linguists studying the inscriptions flanking the ancient walkways found patterns that resembled no known language. The symbols were curved, fluid, almost wave-like, as if written by someone accustomed to thinking in motion, not in static lines. Some symbols glowed faintly when exposed to salt water. Others responded to pressure, disappearing or reappearing depending on how they were touched. One set of symbols changed completely depending on the angle of sunlight. How could an ancient people create writing that changed with the environment? And why? Modern glyph experts proposed theory after theory: poly-layered writing, kinetic script, light-sensitive notation, but none fully explained it. Some even argued the inscriptions weren't writing at all, but instructions encoded through physics rather than language. Patterns meant not to be read by human eyes, but interpreted by structures, stones, or tides. But what machine, or building, or system were the inscriptions meant to communicate with? Did the city itself read the writing? The third mystery was sound. Underwater acoustic surveys detected faint vibrations emanating from the ruins, vibrations that formed repeating patterns. The frequency was low, quiet, almost inaudible, but consistent across decades of study. It was almost as if the city were humming, not randomly, rhythmically, predictably, purposefully. Some scientists suggested it was simply resonance from underwater tectonic activity, but others noticed something chilling. The rhythm changed with the seasons, just like the ancient walkways. When researchers compared the patterns to prehistoric climate data, they found correlations so precise that it was nearly impossible to dismiss them as a coincidence. The city, it seemed, had been built to communicate with the ocean. But communicate what? And to whom? One of the most controversial findings came from a team of geophysicists studying the alignment of submerged pylons beneath the ruins. They discovered that the structures corresponded exactly with the positions of ancient star formations, not as they appear today, but as they appeared 12,000 years ago. And this introduced the greatest puzzle of all. The civilization was far younger than the stars it aligned with. Either the people had access to astronomical knowledge far beyond what their age should have allowed, or the civilization was far older than anyone believed. Older than recorded history, older than most human settlements, perhaps older than writing itself. Some researchers even theorized this city might have been the first, a cradle of civilization that influenced later cultures, its memory fractured and dispersed into myth, its name forgotten. But if it was so old, why did no other trace of its people exist? Where were their cities, their descendants, their artifacts? Why did the ruins sink beneath the sea so suddenly? Why did all evidence end abruptly? Why did the world forget them so completely? Still another mystery emerged from the biological studies conducted around the ruins. Marine life behaved strangely near the submerged structures. Fish swam in perfect circles around specific pillars. Coral grew in geometric shapes mirroring the ancient inscriptions. Even migratory patterns shifted, as if guided by unaudible signals emanating from the ruins. Were these life forms native to the ancient city's environment? Were they intentionally grown? Or, more frighteningly, had the ancient people understood
Biological engineering far earlier than anyone believed? No study produced answers. Every discovery only deepened the mystery. Anthropologists tried to piece together the society that had once lived there, but the ruins offered contradictory clues. The city was too large to be ceremonial, too engineered to be purely practical. It was circular, almost perfect, as if designed not around hierarchy, but harmony. Were the people egalitarian? Was the city communal? Did they possess a central authority? Or did the structures themselves guide the rhythms of life? No burial sites were found. Another impossibility. How could a civilization leave no graves? Did they cremate their dead, return them to the ocean, or did something else happen that prevented remains from surviving? Years passed, then decades, and still modern researchers could not explain why the city had been abandoned so abruptly. No signs of war, no signs of fire, no signs of plague. Only a slow, massive shift of water and time, as if the ocean had lifted itself deliberately and swallowed the city whole. But why? What triggered it? And why did the disaster seem so deliberate, as if orchestrated, as if the people had known it was coming? The most unsettling discovery came from the deepest part of the ruins, where sonar detected a cavern beneath the city, an enormous hidden chamber sealed away by intentionally collapsed stone. Inside that chamber, scanning drones picked up a cluster of objects arranged in a circle, 12 identical structures, each one humming, each one warm, each one older than the city above. Researchers had no explanation, no theory, no historical anchor, because according to every dating method, the objects were older than human civilization itself, older than farming, older than language, older than tools. Then what were they? And who placed them there? And why did they react, faintly but undeniably, to approaching storms? The final mystery was the most whispered about, not published, not peer-reviewed, not agreed upon. Divers exploring the deepest ruins reported hearing something odd. A faint voice. Not a word, more like a tone, shaped like a human breath. Some described it as a sigh, others as a quiet note. A few swore it resembled chanting. Scientists dismissed these reports as auditory hallucinations caused by pressure changes, but the divers insisted. They heard something alive, something aware, something that recognized them. And perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was the oldest truth of all, but each diver described feeling the same sensation, that the city was not just ruins, not just memories, not just an ancient mystery, but something waiting, watching, listening, as if modern researchers were not studying the past at all, but waking it. And deep beneath the broken walkways, beneath engineered stones and ancient circuits, beneath forgotten inscriptions and impossible artifacts, something stirred. Something that had slept for thousands of years. Something that had not forgotten the world, even if the world had forgotten it. Something that was beginning to open its eyes. The story was not over. Not even close.
Lessons hidden beneath deep blue water. The deeper modern researchers looked into the submerged city, the clearer one truth became. The ancient world had not vanished because it was weak. It had disappeared because it understood something modern civilization had forgotten and perhaps feared to remember. For beneath the layers of stone walkways, glowing minerals, and impossible technology, there was a quiet message threaded through everything the lost people had created. A message too subtle to be written in script, too vast to fit in words, too ancient to shout. A lesson whispered through the deep blue water, a lesson modern people were only beginning to hear. At first, scholars believed the submerged ruins were simply another instance of human ingenuity overtaken by natural forces. But the deeper they studied, the more they realized the city had not been designed to defy nature, it had been designed to listen to it. Every walkway, every bridge, every structure responded not against the tides, but with them. The city leaned into the ocean's rhythms, adapting, flexing, flowing. It embraced seasons, shifts in pressure,
the movement of fish, wind, and moonlight. The ancient people had not tried to conquer their environment. They had lived in constant conversation with it. This, researchers realized, was the first lesson hidden beneath the sea. Lesson 1. The world speaks if one is patient enough to hear it. The ancient city had grown from stone and silence, refusing the desire to overpower or dominate. Modern civilizations, in contrast, built as if nature were an enemy to be restrained, shaping coastlines, damming rivers, straightening forests into grids, flattening hills for convenience. But the circular city had no straight lines, no rigid boundaries, no system that fought against the land. It honored the ocean's pulse. It recognized the earth as a partner, not an obstacle. And somewhere beneath the waves, that lesson still lingered, etched into the very geometry of the ruins. The second lesson emerged when researchers mapped the acoustic patterns woven into the city's design. It became clear that the structures did more than redirect sound. They interacted with it. The ocean did not merely pass over the ruins. It played them, as if the walkways were a vast instrument. Low frequencies rolled across submerged pillars and chambers, creating tones that shifted with the tides. Some tones resonated with the migratory routes of marine animals. Others aligned with the Earth's magnetic field. Still others responded to seasonal storms. This led to a startling realization. The ancient city had been tuned. Its very architecture functioned like a living symphony, guiding fish, balancing tides, and stabilizing underwater ecosystems. The city was not passive infrastructure. It was an active caretaker of its environment. From this came the second lesson. Lesson 2. Harmony is more powerful than control. Where modern societies engineer dominance, the ancients engineered coexistence. Where modern cities tried to resist natural forces, the ancients amplified nature's quiet balance. Where modern systems collapsed under their own weight, the ancient civilization thrived without expansion, without conquest, without strain. They had understood something today's people had forgotten. A world forced into submission revolts in silence, but a world kept in harmony endures. The third lesson lay hidden in the artifacts, particularly in the mysterious sea memory, whose spiral design reconfigured itself depending on sound, light, and motion. When researchers finally analyzed its shape mathematically, they realized the spiral function was not an arbitrary aesthetic. It mapped the cyclical history of the region's climate, centuries of rising and falling sea levels, storm frequency, tidal shifts, and temperature changes. It had recorded patterns long before humans had the ability to measure them. The sea memory wasn't just an artifact, it was a warning. A record of events that had happened before and would happen again. This led researchers to the most sobering conclusion. The ancient civilization had foreseen its own destruction, not through prophecy, not through superstition, but through observation. The sea memory predicted cycles of rising oceans. It mapped slow, repeating climate shifts. It showed the pattern of a world that changed without mercy, not suddenly, but inevitably. From this came the third lesson. Lesson 3. Nothing is permanent, not even land. Modern civilizations built global systems under the assumption that coastlines, weather, and seasons were stable. But the ancient people had lived with the understanding that Earth's cycles were larger than human lifetimes, larger than cities, and larger than empires. They had not been destroyed by ignorance. They had been overwhelmed by inevitability. Their lesson was not despair, it was humility. Yet the deepest lesson of all lay not in the stones or the artifacts or the strange acoustic currents. It lay in the design of the city's rings, the central perfectly circular layout that puzzled architects for decades. At first, it was assumed to be symbolic, then defensive, then ceremonial. But new research revealed a startling truth. The city had been structured around evacuation. Waves could pass through the ringed layers. Tides could rise and recede without crushing everything. Walkways served as channels to redirect pressure values. Buildings were engineered to detach and drift rather than resist the sea. The city was not built to last forever. It was built to fall gently. Researchers suddenly understood that the ancient people had not feared destruction. They had prepared for it, accepting that someday the ocean would rise high enough to claim what it had once given. Their philosophy was not to fight nature, but to return to it gracefully. And thus came the fourth lesson. Survival is not about resisting change, but adapting to it. A truth as old as tides, a truth modern society had almost forgotten. But the greatest mystery and the most powerful lesson emerged only when researchers gathered all their findings into a single model. All the engineered stones, all the acoustic pathways, all the environmental alignments, all the spirals, circuits, resonances, inscriptions. Everything pointed toward one monumental revelation. The entire city had been designed as a living memory system. Not a machine, not technology, not magic. Memory. Collective memory. As if the city itself were teaching something long after its inhabitants were gone. It preserved the movement of tides. It preserved the patterns of storms. It preserved the migration of animals. It preserved the history of climate cycles. It preserved the knowledge of how life survived in harmony. The city had become a teacher. The ocean had become its voice. And modern humans were only now learning how to listen. This realization led scholars to what they considered the final and most important lesson the ancients left behind. It was not written on any stone, not carved on any pillar, not whispered in any artifact. It existed only in the design of the world they left behind. Lesson 5. Humanity is only one chapter in a story written by water. Water shapes lands. Water buries cities. Water reveals truth. Water remembers. The ancients knew this. Modern people had forgotten it. They built monuments to defy time. The ancients built cities that embraced time. They built borders. The ancients built circles. They built empires. The ancients built harmony. And when the ocean rose, the ancients did not cling to stone. They let the world reclaim what must be reclaimed. They trusted that the lessons they left behind, buried beneath blue water, would one day be found again. But there was still one unanswered question. A question no amount of technology, archaeology, or scholarship could solve. A question that lingered like a shadow at the edge of every discovery. If the city held lessons for the future, were the ancients trying to warn the world of something yet to come? Did they know a cycle would repeat? Did they believe another era of rising seas would strike? Did they design
Back at a world that shouldn't have been forgotten? In the quiet corners of modern archives, where dust settles gently over forgotten folders and dim yellow lamps flicker like tired sentinels, there exists a place where the past waits, patient and unresolved. It is here, in these scholarly shadows, that the story of the vanished ocean city continues to breathe, not loudly, not insistently,
but in the soft, persistent way of truths that refuse to disappear. And as researchers turn brittle pages, compare long abandoned maps, or lower cameras into dark underwater caverns, they often find themselves feeling something strange, almost indescribable. The sense that they are trespassing through the last memories of a world that should never have been lost at all. Because no matter how much time has passed, the city still lingers. Not in the physical sense. Its once grand structures now lie scattered across the ocean floor, cloaked in coral and shadow, but in the echoes it left behind. And those echoes reach farther than any surviving stone. They appear in the legends of coastal villages, in stories grandparents whisper to children on storm-heavy nights, in mysterious symbols found carved into cliffs hundreds of miles apart. They appear in the uncanny similarities between ancient cultures that should never have known each other. And, perhaps most hauntingly, they appear in the growing realization that a civilization once rose to extraordinary heights and then slipped silently beneath the waves without leaving a clear explanation behind. For centuries, this mystery haunted explorers and thinkers alike. Some dismissed the tales as exaggerated folklore. Others insisted that the truth lay hidden beneath centuries of rising tides. But the more the world learned, the more the old doubts began to fade. Sonar scans revealed unnatural geometric formations beneath impossible depths. Divers recovered stone fragments with craftsmanship too precise to fit the known timeline of human development. And then there were the artifacts, strange metal alloys that resisted corrosion, crystal-like cylinders engraved with patterns no linguist could decode, and slender rods that seemed to hum with energy despite being lifeless to the touch. These discoveries were small on their own, easily dismissed as anomalies, but together they whispered a single possibility. We once shared the planet with a civilization far more advanced and far more fragile than history ever remembered. And so scholars tried to piece the fragments together. They recreated the city's shape, its spiraling walkways, its tiered plazas, its circular harbor that once glistened like a mirror beneath the sun. They imagined the lives of the children who ran barefoot across stone pathways, the families who gathered at dusk to listen to storytellers, the scholars who studied stars from tall white towers. They imagined the machines powered by forces that modern science could only guess at. They imagined a society both brilliant and flawed, capable of building wonders, but not always capable of surviving its own ambition. Yet the more they uncovered, the more they realized that the city was not simply a marvel, it was a warning. Its fate, wrapped in uncertainties and speculation, hinted at something deeply human, that progress, no matter how remarkable, can be undone by a single miscalculation, a single storm too fierce, a single shift in the Earth's crust, a single decision that spiraled beyond control. The records, those few that survived, spoke of trembling coastlines, of storms that arrived with a ferocity no generation had seen before, of rising waters that swallowed entire marketplaces in a single night. The people rebuilt, adapted, and clung to hope as they always had. But in the end, their walls could not outrun the tide, and so their city sank, not instantly, not dramatically, but slowly, steadily, like a final exhale after a long and unyielding struggle. Modern researchers often paused over this part of the story. It struck them as devastatingly familiar. Rising seas, unpredictable storms, a civilization pushing against the limits of nature. The more they studied, the more it felt as though time had looped back on itself, offering the world a reflection it could not afford to ignore. But even within this tragedy, there was beauty. The survivors of the sinking city, those few who escaped on boats or drifted along currents to distant shores, carried with them fragments of memory, not maps or diagrams or machines, but stories. And through those stories, pieces of the lost world lived on. Centuries passed, nations rose and fell, empires claimed lands once ruled by unnamed kings. Yet the legends persisted. They changed shape, softened at the edges, merged with local folklore, but they never fully disappeared. They spoke of a shining city swallowed by the sea, of people who understood energy in ways later generations could not comprehend, of guardians who saw storms as warnings from an earth growing weary, of children who played on stones now buried beneath miles of water. And now, in laboratories and libraries around the globe, modern minds are rediscovering what ancient hearts already knew: that history is not always linear, that stories begin long before we think they do, that humanity is not the first to stand tall and may not be the last to fall. Yet this final chapter is not meant to mourn the lost city. It is meant to honor it. Because what remains beneath the ocean is not just ruin, it is legacy, a testament to human ingenuity, resilience, and the eternal desire to build something that lasts. The city may have vanished, but its lessons reach upward through the water like unbroken beams of light, reminding us that even in loss, there is knowledge, even in silence, there is warning, and even in ruins, there is meaning. And so, as researchers look back through the waves, through time, through myth, through layers of forgotten brilliance, they do not ask simply, what happened? They ask, why we ever allowed ourselves to forget. Perhaps the answer is simple. Some stories are too large for a single age to hold. Some truths must sink before they rise again. And now, as modern lights flicker over ancient maps, as underwater drones film long-buried archways, as historians argue over symbols carved in crystal, there is a growing sense that the city is returning. Not physically, not in stone or metal, but in awareness, in curiosity, in remembrance. For the first time in centuries, humanity is willing to look back, not just at myths or legends, but at the very world that shaped them. A world swallowed by blue, a world built on brilliance and undone by nature, a world that should never have been forgotten. And so the final message of the drowned civilization becomes clear. We are not the first to dream, nor the first to fall, nor the last to rise. The sea buried their city, but not their story. And now, at last, we are listening. The end of the story, but never the end of the mystery.